Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Visualize live.
Hi everybody, welcome to the weekend. It's SewingStreet, I'm Stuart Hillard, and you are very welcome. How are you? Good to have your company. We've got, such a morning. What a way to start the weekend. I hope you've got your tea, coffee, / whatever you like to drink in the morning. And let's crack on. Trio of Bags Volume 3 is out. Loads of you have found it already, but let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. It's very, very relevant because it is iron-on interfacing, medium weight, a 1 metre by 1 metre package, $3.99. I'm going to open it up so you can physically see what you are getting. And also because I'll use it. It's one of my favourite interfacings. It's a great size piece, really useful for bag making and for dressmaking. This is the kind of thing we're going to use for collars, cuffs, plackets. But in bag making, I often put this on the lining or on bags where perhaps I don't want to use padding. You get a lot. There you go. It's a big piece. I'm not sure that our 1 metre by 1 metre is accurate, to be fair, because that is a rectangle. But there we go. It is a lot. It is a lot. There we go. So, on the package, it says 1 metre by 1 metre. Well, okay, thanks, Emmeline. We're going to $2.99, and that's what really matters, right? You're making a whole pound saving, which is 25% off. Are very, very worth having, very worth putting in your stash. It opens your shopping basket. And remember, you pay 1p&p all day. It doesn't matter how many times you check out your basket. Lots and lots of delightful things on the show today. Here is your interface. So it's fusible on one side. You can see that glint, that shine, that's your glue. Heat activated. Interfacing always takes a little bit longer to bond than we think it's going to. I'm so used to using things like Bond-O-Web, I expect an instant stick, and it does take about 10 to 15 seconds of heat for it to bond. Always match your iron temperature to the fabric, not the interfacing. So if you're working with something like silk, one spot, lowest setting on your iron, and it may take a little longer. Reva's got in touch. Oh. Yes. Yeah, I know, Reva, exactly. They're mostly 90 centimetres wide, right? But it says on the packet, metre by metre. So, you know, I'm going to I agree with you, though, Reva, to be fair. I agree with you. Now, already, third of my stock's gone. It's one of those absolute basics. This is running out of interfacing is one of the reasons why I can't make a bag. You know, when you're in the mood and you think, I can't find any interfacing, that is annoying. It's my birthday today. Oh, Tilly, I'm going to be sorting the house prior to going into hospital next week for surgery. Oh, Tilly, I hope, first and foremost, I hope you have a gorgeous birthday. Make sure you do something lovely to celebrate and sending kisses. And also hope everything goes all right next week in hospital, my love. Good to have your company anyway. And hopefully having SewingStreet on in the background will help you tidy the house just that little bit quicker, more jolly. I know, I always have to put music on when I'm tidying. I just something to motivate me. Now, your hemline interfacing, medium weight, fusible, is going to sell out. We need to move on. Let's do the menu. Let's see what's coming up. Now, this hour, I'm very excited because I'm launching 2 brand new ranges of Tilda. Now, I've got Poppy Seed, absolutely delicious. Nearly half the stock of Brie has already gone. Checked out, gone. We've got a mega bundle. It's fabulous, beautiful. And Brie, we've got Brie, this delightful, tiny floral. It is so beautiful. These are both brand new collections from Tilda. This is going to go with all of your Tilda that you've got stashed away, your charm packs, your mini charms, your fat quarters, your yardage, and your scraps. I used my scraps of Tilda with Brie and Poppy Seed. Just gorgeous. I've got an hour and a half for that show, but we're also launching my brand new trio of bags. It's volume 3, and I teach you how to do Seminole patchwork and working with cork. 3 different bags, all in one pattern, already flying out. Right, at 9:30, okay, you heard me right, it's an hour and a half show, the first. At 9:30, I'm going to be joined by Adam Brooks for Wardrobe by Me. It's the Freedom dress. We all love this dress. It's so pretty, absolutely gorgeous, roomy, lovely to wear, relaxed fit, and just gorgeous in a variety of fabrics. That's at 9:30. At 10:30, we have got Pinflair with the fabulous Christine Bell. Wait till you see what Christine's brought. So many gorgeous projects, really fun, really different. We've got some cute little gnomage. Cute little gnomes. We've got some amazing cartonage. We've got some amazing bag making from Christine from Pinflair. Yes, you heard me right. We've got this amazing kind of carousel for keeping little gifts or tea and coffee, and exactly that. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And notebooks, loads. Also, at 12 o'clock, we have got the Tessuti Alba Trousers with Adam Brooks. They are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Got a fab morning, really fab morning. Let's get started. Now, we're going to start actually with my brand new pattern. And I'm just going to refresh Facebook so I can say good morning in a second. Lots of you have already got involved with the brand new pattern. Oh, a lovely message. Good morning, Stuart. I have bought your volume 3 bags. Have a nice collection of your books. Oh, thank you, Joy. Thank you. Awesome. Loads of you, MSG. Fiona says, morning, gorgeous. Ooh, do I spy cork? Are you visiting Malvern? I'm not, because it's next week and I'm not here, but I might try and sneak down. Yes, we have cork on the show. Pam says, morning, gorgeous, Stuart. Thank you. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. Your new bag patterns look fab. Thank you. Love, love, love the new Tilda fabrics, of course. Mandy says, good morning, Stuart. And the rest of the gang, have a great day. You too, my love. And Christine says, morning, Stuart. You've been a busy bee. Love the bags. Beautiful. I've shopped ahead and got my Pinflair bits, as they always sell out. They do. Right, let's launch into the new bag. Now, first and foremost, 3 brand new bags. I'm going to show you the bags that you get. So first of all, you've got, I've based this around different times you might want a bag. So this one's called the Big Trip. And it's a rucksack style, but it's got completely removable and fully adjustable shoulder straps. So you can wear it on your back if you want, over your shoulder, or you can remove those handles and it's got a carry handle. It's also got a really generous boxed bottom, so you can pop it flat on the floor. You're not going to have to constantly have it on your back. Nice big zip there, gorgeous bit of lineage, and loads of room for packing for a full day out. Maybe you're flying somewhere, maybe you're going to Festival of Quilts or Malvern, and it features this beautiful Seminole patchwork across the middle. More of that in a second. Next to it, we've got the jaunt. Okay, so the jaunt is for when you're popping out, maybe half a day, lunch with the girls, pop into the gym, or just doing a bit of shopping. You've got, again, a different kind of Seminole patchwork band on here. You've got your cork. You don't have to use cork. You can use regular fabrics if you prefer. You've got a gorgeous zippered pocket here at the front. And then you've also got your zippered interior. So loads and loads of room for packing for a trip out. And then your third bag in the collection is this one here, which I call the Quick Trip. I'm going to grab it down from here. This was actually inspired by a bag that I bought in Stanley Market in Hong Kong. And I've been wearing it constantly. You've got this little poppet attachment. It could be a sew-on popper. It could be a button. You've got this big pocket on the front. You can get loads in there. Pair of sunglasses, your keys, your wallet, tickets, things like that, passport. Then you've also got this big, roomy interior. I reckon a bottle of water would go in there just fine, like a 500ml water would go in there. And again, you've got this fully adjustable shoulder strap. I've used a ready-made one on this, but you also get instructions in the pattern for your backpack shoulder straps and your fully made shoulder straps. So you could make that and pop it on here or interchange. So those are your 3 bags. You can do them all without the Seminole patchwork if you want to, but I thought it was a great opportunity to teach you a whole new technique, a whole new patchwork technique, and 3 different designs and 3 different bags. Let's dive in. So first of all, we have got, and a big thanks to my lovely friend Sarah for modelling. So here's the 3 bags, the quick trip, the jaunt and the big trip. I'll give you some tips for working with cork, some tips for working Seminole patchwork, and then we get into it. So, first of all, the quick trip. I teach you how to make Seminole patchwork, how to create your pocket, your bag, all your instructions. Then we go on to the second bag. Look at the fabulous bit of Seminole patchwork. It's such a clever technique, originated by the Seminole people of America, indigenous people, and used on jackets and robes. Has become a favourite amongst quilters. So full instructions for the jaunt. Then we get on to the big trip. We have a question. Morning, Stuart. Loving the new bags. The backpack one, do you think it would be suitable for over the back of my wheelchair? Sarah in Preston. I do, Sarah. I think it would be ideal for that. And possibly what I would do is I would make these shoulder straps. It depends how you're going to wear it. You could do a fixed strap so that it was just the right size for going on the back of your wheelchair, or potentially have it so that you can wear it and put it on your... Yeah, I think it would go really well, actually. Thanks for that question. That's a good one. Yeah, full instructions. Again, different style of Seminole. Teach you how to make that. The techniques are the same. The bands that you make are different. And then how to make your backpack. So you've got 3 full bag patterns and 3 full patchwork instructions in one pattern for £11.99, which makes your price per bag less than £4. And actually, if you were to say your 3 bags and your 3 patchwork techniques, it's now £2 per pattern. Because actually, these Seminole bands, you could do this one and this one and this one and make a quilt. They're techniques. They're techniques. You could make cushions. You could make a table runner. You've got all of that. Yeah. I've been so excited about launching this pattern. I always like to give you as much as I can. Normally you get 3 bag patterns, but I couldn't resist putting in some patchwork this time. Good morning, Stuart, says Michelle. I do love it when you're on. Thank you, me too. You have such a calm voice. Get your bag, got your bag instructions. I can't wait for it to come. Thanks, Michelle. Thank you. Over 100 have already bought your pattern. Morning, Stuart and team. I got my bag pattern as collecting them, as well as your block of the month. I have most of your books, but love the 100 bags book. Thank you. Thank you, Susan. That's really kind. Thank you. Well, lots and lots of you coming in. Remember, you can do this with or without the patchwork. You could put a plain band of fabric there. You could put... you could make this in faux leather, you could make this in canvas, tapestry, anything you like. Right, I'm going to leave that on one side. We need to look at Tilda quickly before it completely sells out. Let's look at Brie first. So, here is, wow, just look at that. This is Brie. Now, Brie, you are getting 16 different fabrics, half a metre of each, and it is this gorgeous rainbow of Ditzy Floral. Come and have a really close look at the design. It is a tiny floral, like a carpet of blossom. Absolutely stunning. Multi-tonal. How pretty. We're going to drop the price. It should be $135.84, but you're going to get a whole metre for free. So let's knock $16.98 off the price. Now, I do need to let you know that way over half the stock has gone. $118.86 for that. $118.86. Amazing. I've got 11 bundles left. You're going to have to be really quick. Remember, this goes with all of your creating memories. It's going to go absolutely beautifully with your solids, you name it. Let's talk Seminole here. You need small prints or tone-on tones or solids. It's often done with solids, which is great. I like to be able to do it in patterned fabric as well. Tiny floral, tiny textures, tone on tone, perfect. Batik, perfect. These are stunning and absolutely perfect. Brie was actually one of the designs in Creating Memories, which is their kind of seasonal range of 4 different collections. Everyone loved Brie so much. They've done a whole collection all on its own. I've got single figures left of this, by the way. Just 8 left, 8 bundles left, 20 of you in baskets, 6 left now, I'm afraid. Okay, and these are just gorgeous, completely 100% cotton, just delicious. Use them on their own, use them with solids, mix and match with your scraps. That has sold out. We've got them all available by the half metre. I'm not going to go through them by the half metre today, probably. But if there's anyone in particular, one bundle's just bounced back. There is one bundle available. I'll keep you posted. I'm going to introduce the other mega bundle now. Now, this is the one that I mixed with my Creating Memories for my Seminole patchwork. This is called Poppy Seed. And again, you're saving, it should be $127.35. You're saving $16.98. Let's drop the price. Whoa, that's a whole metre free, $110.37. There's 15 fabrics in this bundle. And again, it's that beautiful, soft, pastel shades I just think are beautiful. It looks almost like a chambray, doesn't it? Oh, so lovely. I used loads of this one in my Seminole. Let me show you. Look. So I used this one a lot. I used this one a lot. Background, lining, things like that. I also used these ones as well. Can you see here? 4 of these bundles left. If you have to look so closely, it's like tiny poppy seeds scattered. Isn't it lovely? And it just works so well. It's not a solid. If you're someone that doesn't like solids, doesn't want to use solids, but you want the calmness that they give, it's got more texture. Lovely. I'll show you this one as well while we're nice and close. You can see there where I've used different shades, some Tilda, but you see they're all little prints, really tiny prints. And look, I've used that one again. It was such a gorgeous contrast to the oranges and the rusts and the cork. One bundle, it's gone, it's gone. Both sold out. They've both sold out. Have we got any of the Brie? Is there? Let's just pop the Brie back in. Yeah. I think they're all going to go. There's 23 of you. There's a couple bounced back. I think a lot of people, having seen Poppy Seeds, like, oh, which do I get? They do work absolutely beautifully together, of course. tumbling blocks. They're all available by the half metre. If there's a particular one that you want, aren't they stunning? Absolutely stunning. So www.SewingStreet.com is our website. Click on Watch Live. Don't search for them individually. Go on Coming Up, and they're all there. All by the half metre. They're all 8.49 a half metre. They're all cut to order. If we've got time later, I've got an hour and a half for this first show, so we can always come back and have a look. I don't think any of us expected both full collections to sell out quite so quickly. Well, I sort of did, in my heart of hearts, because I love my Tilda, as you know. I love my Tilda. And these are just so beautiful to have in your stash because they will literally work with anything. And actually, of course they'll work beyond other Tilda fabrics. Fabulous to blend with your other ranges, modern or traditional. Let's talk about, oh, is it? Okay, right. Let's have a little look. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Do you know, I had the best time making the new trio of bags. I had the best time. I really wanted to introduce some patchwork into the bags, and I thought I could do half square triangles, I could do some flying geese. You absolutely could, but I thought, why not introduce viewers, if you've never seen it before, to Seminole patchwork. So the Seminole people are First Nation people in America. They have a tradition, I'm sure it's one of the places, if not the place, that we've got our strip piecing technique from, because effectively, let me show you, you start with a strip pieced unit. We're all so familiar with this for, making quick 4 patches, for example. And so what you do is you make your panel, your strip pieced unit. It's actually very important which way you press your seam allowances. Every pattern's different. So I've given full instructions for how to press your seam allowances. Don't think I'm just being a fusspot. It's important, and it helps you then when you cut them up. And so then what you do is you go in with your strip pieced panel and you cut up, and the size sections will be detailed in your instructions. So you cut lots of sections. Now, some Seminole patchwork, you do a bit of piecing, you do a bit of dicing, you do a bit of repiecing, and then you sew it all together. Some has 2 or 3 different strip sets. Some has just one. This pattern has one. So I'm going to show you this. So you cut lots of different strips. Then, here comes the fun bit. You kind of twist everything. And then you offset by 1 place. And I liken it to a staircase. Because, look, if I just turn this around, there's your staircase, okay? So you offset by 1, okay? Whoops. Just like this. You then sew everything back together, and then, when it's all sewn together, it'll look something like, this. And can you now see there's like little squares all running through? It's a bit like making Battenberg cake, isn't it? And then when it's all sewn together, you would then, and I'm just going to grab a little bit of poppy seed, you then slice off the edges. And sometimes you slice it off right there. So you end up with just triangles. Sometimes you leave more. You do that top and bottom, okay? Now you've got this lovely band of design, okay? But you do then have this funny parallelogram shape, and I teach you in the pattern how to turn that into a rectangular piece of patchwork you don't waste. You get 3 different Seminole patchwork patterns and techniques within your pattern, and you're also getting 3 different bags. Now, if you wanted to, like I say, I'm definitely inspired now to turn this into a quilt. I would do a centre band. In fact, I would probably do the widest band from the backpack. I would do that panel, and I would have that as a central strip running down the middle of the quilt. Then I would have some narrow or wider bands of just a fabric, Brie, Poppy Seed, could be more patterns than that. Then I would have, say, for example, the medium size, this one, and I would do mirror image, that on one side, same again on the other side, a few more bands of patchwork, and then this one down the outside. Don't you think? Morning, Stuart. What's the difference between this patchwork and the Bargello technique? That's from Carol. So, good question. With Bargello, you again do strip piecing, but then you join your strip piece into a circle, a tube. Then you cut, then you unpick seams and lay it back out again. I'm pretty sure, Carol, that somewhere along the line that has developed out of strip piecing, which I think has developed out of Seminole patchwork. So I think we can probably trace it back. It's a little bit like breeds of dog that perhaps have all come from wild wolves, and along the way they've gone in different directions, and we've got all these different techniques, but if you trace them back, they've all sort of evolved from one place. It was a really good question. I find it fascinating. Let me show you the 3 different Seminole patterns. So first of all, this one on the rucksack, this is the widest band. I've put these contrast bands either side to really sort of highlight it. For me, that's almost giving a Scottish plaid, an Argyle plaid. If you're not a bag maker, get the instructions, make these into cushions, make these into a quilt. I think I always come at bag making from a quilter's perspective. So I keep it easy, I keep it achievable, I also keep it like rotary cuttable. You don't need pattern pieces. So that's your widest. On your jaunt bag, this is your medium width. In fact, no, this is the smallest width. That's Seminole again, completely. So this time you're doing 2 different strip sets and you're doing 3 different colorways, cutting them up, rejoining them. I give you the full instructions. You can create a woven ribbon, twisted ribbon effect. You can make these scrappy. You can make these with just 2 colors. Imagine that in a red and a black on a white background. That could look so bold and beautiful. So that's your jaunt bag. And again, you've got a pocket on the front and a pocket for the interior of the bag. And then over here, you've got the quick trip. This is the one I started with, and this quite a similar technique to the Seminole I just showed you, where you've got those little strips, cut them and offset them. Hi, Stuart, how about a quilt pattern, please? That's from Heather. Tell you what, Heather, shall we do a We Love Quilting Seminole patchwork? We'll do 3 quilts. Let's get started. Let's get fired up and excited about Seminole first. Do a bag, make a bag, make a bag, make a cushion. You know, and I've put it this away. This Seminole patchwork could just as easily have gone this away. I could have put a band of this and a band of something else. You can mix and match these patterns, and also once you get the technique, you can do them with larger or smaller strips of fabric. So this is a bit like learning how to fish. I keep you fed. You know, you can adapt it, you can change it, you can experiment with it, and hopefully it will fire you up to try something new. Now, let me show you the colours that I used. I'm going to just pull them out. So this was my contrast. This is WB50. So this is a gorgeous sort of duck egg. And I've used this for my contrast bands top and bottom, and also for things like the D-ring attachments. This is duck egg, £8.49. Now, just to let you know, I've got 12.5 meters of this. If you want to make all 3 bags, and you're wondering how much of this do I need, I had 1/2 meter. I did them all. I put some accent in here as well, and obviously the band on there. You've got plenty. You've got plenty. I still had some left over. Not as much as a fat quarter though. Morning, Stuart. I managed to get the plain bundle. It's not plain, it's poppy seed. As I have lots of Tilda fat quarter bundles. Are the cushions in the show today, please? Oh, Christine, aren't they lovely? The cushions that we've got here and here, and also some over here. Look at this one. How cute is that, right? This is using poppy seed, Brie, bit of creating memories, bit of solid. Look, there's some Brie on the back. Isn't that lovely? These are free patterns on the website, on the Tilda website, Tilda's World. Lovely. A mouse? Where? Oh! Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, look, let me grab it. Look. That background, that's mouse. That's poppy seed. And doesn't it look lovely quilted? It really shows the quilting off. Gorgeous. It's a great colour. Do you know, it's not a colour I would instantly think of as a background. But when you see that, it's like, oh, well, that's gorgeous. Actually, where I've used cream here, perhaps different colours, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And again, 1/2 meters of any of these fabrics would be enough for all 3 bags. Obviously, you're mixing and matching them, perhaps with some scraps, perhaps with some, you know, fat quarters that you've got, or leftover strips. Now, let me grab the other. Let me just pop this down. Hang on. There we go. Right, so I used these ones quite a lot. So this one ends 30. That's called T. That's this one here. Which I just felt was a very, very good colour. It just brings in the cork. So that's T. And then I used this one here, which ends 18, which is a lovely kind of pumpkin colour, isn't it? Terracotta. And then 8.49. Again, we don't have lots of any of these. We did loads of bundles, but yeah, this was the other one that I used. This ends 3.2, which is this colour. So that's called Peach. Gorgeous. Like I say, you don't need much of any of these. You'll be able to make lots of bags, but you'll also be able to mix and match it with your other Tilda, with your scraps and so on. I just want to mention this one here. This one ends 81, EZZW81. And this is the cream that I used. Olive. No, not olive. Sorry. Let me tell you again. EZZW81. There we go. Putty. So this is my cream that I've used. It's lovely. Yeah, it's lovely. Now you see this with things like the blues. maybe a little bit of this, a little bit of that soft duck egg as well. If you were also going with a little bit of, you know, brie as well, that's just a lovely combination. Ellie's Quilt Place. Very nice. Very nice. You know, these patterns are also really good if you're doing something like, you know, Mariner's Compass or a New York Beauty, something with lots of piecing where you really want the piecing to show. You don't want to use fabrics that are too patterned. But if you don't want to use a solid, these are perfect. We're gonna keep all these colours out. We'll do these colours. So that's your putty. That's your putty. So let's carry on with Poppy Seed and do these three first. This is that very soft duck egg, EV20. So a little bit greeny, but I do think it works. The habit lots of us get into is we're a bit too sort of, I'm using one blue and it can look a bit flat. If you add little extra variations, a little greeny blue, a little purpley blue, it'll look much more exciting. This one's called Mist. Mist. That's Mist. A light blue now. This ends 9-3. BTZW 9-3. It's like a really soft chambray, isn't it? That's called soft blue. But again, so lovely with the cork, you know. It's just... And do you know what? Here's the thing. I'd never used cork before, ever. I didn't have to practice. The zips went in like a dream. It cuts. It's like you're cutting paper, right? If you've ever struggled cutting fabric, cork doesn't move, it doesn't stretch, it doesn't anything. You just cut, it's wonderful. And when you can iron it, but also I used my fingernail and a seam roller and things like that. Oh, it's so crisp, it's just lovely. And the effect, and it's soft, it's pliable, goes through the sewing machine really easily. You don't need to use a walking foot, you don't need to use tissue paper on it or anything like that. I have put, if you want to use a walking foot, you can. But yeah, it's really easy. Anyway, that's the soft blue. I've also got this one, which ends 09, yeah. Is that called Slate? That's beautiful. Really lovely. I'm instantly drawn to the blues, but I thought I'd try and do something a little different, so I went to the oranges, which is my other favourite colour. Lots of lovely messages, by the way. Let me read a few more. Laurie says, a very good morning, Stuart and team. Love your pattern, Stuart. I've got mine. Hope you all have a great day. Thank you so much for your support, Laurie. Thank you, and enjoy the pattern. Fran says, Stuart, how do you know I'm working on this stagger with rainbow? Yeah, well, there you go. Seminole bags in rainbow with grey or black or white or dark denim. Use dark denim with a rainbow with black background. Incredible. Great idea, Fran. Love a rainbow. Wendy says, morning, gorgeous. Love the bags. First time watching for ages. Well, glad to have you back. Off to see the granddaughter who's in hospital. Oh, darling. 10th time since December. Oh, poor thing. Give her a snuggle. Now, I've got some brie in blue. This one here... This is YIZW 96. This one was actually in Creating Memories, this very colour. It was one of the summer blues. Ian says, morning, Stuart. New bags day and Tilda. You're spoiling us. Have a smashing show all. Thanks, Ian. I know. Couldn't help myself. Delia says, good morning, Stuart and everyone. Good morning, my love. And Jan says, good morning, Stuart and team. Good morning. Good morning. We'll say hello to the team in a sec. Last blue that I pulled out, there is another blue actually, which I'm just going to grab as well. We might as well. The pinks are lovely, aren't they, in this one? It makes it really kind of rosy. 7-4, yeah, that's gorgeous. So again, this one you could mix with more of the kind of the pinks, the reds, that could all work really nicely together. It's all about maybe having one main colour and then a little accent of something else. So my main colour was orange, rusts, browns, that kind of thing. And then my accent was that duck egg with all of the blues. You could have a little accent of pink. You could have a little accent of orange. A little accent of green would look nice too. Okay, that's that one. And then here's the other blue that I couldn't help myself snaffling. This is NAZW13. Yeah, really popular, really popular. Brie, this one actually came in really late. There was a bit of a hold up with it. And so I didn't get any of the Brie to work. That's why I've only used poppy seed in the bags. Had I had it, I would have used these as well in my bags that I've made. So I will tell you these as well. Morning, Stuart. Will the Tilda Brie go with Tilda Songbird fabrics too, please? Sharon, that, yes, brilliantly, actually, brilliantly. Tilda have like their sort of universal palette that they use. Songbird had lots of really soft, gentle pastel tones, didn't it? Soft duck egg, soft green, that really soft gold, and peach, all of the coral. They're all here. They're all here. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these ones, I'm just going to grab, look, if I grab this in, I haven't used any of these, but I totally, I mean, it's like I did, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Let me tell you. So this one here ends 2-3, ZW23. This is Brie. Also, wouldn't little summer dress. Yes, ZEZW23. Yeah. Sand. Sand. Oh, it's a lovely show, isn't it? So gorgeous to have all of these new fabrics. This next one, RYZW68. RW. It's made me think of Roger Whittaker. Remember Roger Whittaker? No one here will remember Roger Whittaker. Look. Lovely. Yeah, really nice. They're great. Oh, they're so versatile. I absolutely love the Tilda main ranges, those feature fabrics. But actually, the fabrics I use 90% of the time are ones like these. GNZW39. Another, I just love these warm, rich colours. These would work really well with pinks. You can see there's a little bit of duck egg in there, a little bit of pink, a little bit of coral. This is where you can pull out your accent fabric because, look, I'll show you. Do you see? There's this little bit of duck egg here. It was a natural choice to then use the poppy seed in that very colour. And this is what Tilda have done. They've taken colours that they use in their fabrics, in their main range fabrics, and created these tonals, florals that will work perfectly with their collections. Yum. Let's have a little look again at my new trio of bags, volume 3. Volume 3. I haven't called them volume 1 or 2 before, and I won't change the old ones, but this is probably something I'm going to keep going with now. I like to give you 3 new bags. Now, you'll note I haven't used cork in the Seminole. I don't recommend using non-quilting fabrics, if you like, for Seminole. You've got to be able to cut and piece multiple seams to make Seminole. So bulkier fabrics, thicker fabrics are not going to work, okay? You need to use quilt weight cotton, but you could also use things like lawn or poplin. They will also work. Good morning, Stuart. Thank you. With your help with the pattern matching, I'm encouraged to use my fabrics now. Mary, I'm glad. I'm glad. Sometimes it's just the right project, isn't it? These don't use lots of fabric, actually. They don't use a lot of fabric. You need strips, and you need, for a bag, it depends on the pattern, but between 6 and 20 inches in length. But you may only need one thin strip. And please, please, don't look at your small rectangle of fabric and think, oh no, it's not long enough. If you can cut 2 or 3 strips from it and stitch them end to end, you can make the Seminole out of that. If there's an extra seam here and there, it is fine. It's patchwork. It is patchwork. I can't wait actually to share with you my new quilts that I've made, because I've done exactly that in one of the quilts. Some of the whole pieces of fabric are a patchwork quilt in themselves. Anyway, brand new pattern today. You get 3 bag patterns. You get the rucksack, which is hanging here next to me. You get the jaunt bag, which is the zippered bag. Nice, easy make, but really satisfying. And you get the quick trip, which is this quick over the shoulder. Everything I need in there for a quick trip out. Wallet, keys, specs, lip salve, hand cream, and away you go. And what I've done here as well, I'll just show you a little thing you can do, is rather than having them both on one side, one on the other, distributes the weight, and also as well, it doesn't overwhelm a smaller bag. Or make it lopsided. If these were like ready-made little attachments that I stitched on, couldn't resist using the duck egg blue thread to stitch them on with. But if you want to just make your own little tabs, I give you instructions in the pattern, and you can insert a little tab in this seam here with a D-ring on it. So it's adaptable. Right, shall we have a little look at some cork? Because this is about to become your new obsession. It's definitely one of mine. It's definitely one of mine now. Let me just make a little space. Because we've got a goodly selection of different corks, actually. Yes. Just show you all of them. Let's start with this one. This is the one I used for my bags. Now this is what you get in 1/2 metre. Okay, this is what, it's wide. It's a wide fabric. I'd go for 1 metre. Personally, to be on the safe side. I had about 1.5 meters. I've got a ton left. I've got so much cork left. I'll be making a lot of bags, but I would go for 1 metre. I would go for 1 metre. Or you can mix and match the different corks. That would be lovely. But this is the finest grain. Now, I have never used cork before. I've been meaning to for such a long time. I don't know what's been holding me back. Actually, I do. I thought it would be stiff and difficult to work with and clunky, okay? It's none of those things. It is so easy to use. Oh, Hannah. Right, are you doing that for all the corks, Hannah? Let's do it. We want everyone to get obsessed with cork. $6.99 a 1/2 metre. If you've already checked out your basket, you're paying $6.99. I think this is your incentive now to go for 1 metre. Everybody pays the lowest price here. You get a lot of fabric in 1/2 metre. I would recommend a metre minimum, okay? It's got a fabric backing. So actually, if you want to make things like a little wash bag, unlined, just French seams, you absolutely can, or zigzag the seams. It doesn't really fray either, you can see. I mean, tiny, tiny thread might come off, but it doesn't really fray either. You can iron it. I recommend a low setting and no steam, but it also, let me just show you, it creases beautifully with your thumb. So when I was making things like the shoulder straps, what I did was folded a strip in half, folded the outside edge in and creased that, and then top stitched. And I mean, really, really professional looking shoulder straps. It doesn't flake. The cork is so stable. It's also water repellent. So for bag, I mean, obviously I put some quick weight cotton on, I couldn't resist, but you know, if you make something like a whole bag out of it, yeah, it's showerproof. Wow, Hannah, at those prices for cork, you're going to be in trouble. Stay away from the glass office. So let's have a look at Hannah. Hannah, naughty Hannah, naughty Hannah. And Michael? Naughty Michael, naughty Michael. And Hannah! Let's say hi to the whole team. Oh, Hannah's not in trouble for that. It's all right. There she goes. There's Hannah. There's Hannah. Hannah's had some lovely red put through her hair. It's gorge. It's gorge. Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's lovely stuff. Over 30 of you with it in your basket. Now, I'm going to let you know that if you all want a metre, that means I've got about 20 metres left. So this is the finest grain. Okay, I'm going to show you, I've got 4 more options. Finest in size, yeah? The finest in size. This isn't any cork. This is a fine M&S cork. It's not. It's not. Do you know, it's an ambition of mine in life. I've done lots of adverts here, but I would love to do a voiceover for something, or an audio book. This one is ending 93. We're matching the price, $8.99 drops down to $6.99. I'll just show you the difference. Now, you absolutely could use the larger grain at the bottom of your bag, the finer grain at the top, one on one side, one on another. You can mix and match. I'm just going to grab the bag for a second, this bag. Here's the front and here's the back. So the fact that cork is, I want to say like splash proof. I mean, actually, I read up on it. It says it's waterproof. But, you know, I'm erring on the side of caution there. But, you know, if you get a little bit sweaty on the back, that is not going to affect it. You know, it happens to us all, doesn't it? It's not a massive backpack. So if a child was to wear this, it's going to be in proportion. But equally, I tried this on Charlie, who's 6'2" and broad, and it still looked great. So, you know, it's really, really adaptable. Morning, Stuart and team. Loving the show. What needle do you recommend when sewing cork? Well, Julie, let me refer to my pattern. Tips for working with cork. Use a size 90 needle when sewing with cork. This is also preferable for all bag making. You could go up to 100 if you're using really thick layers, lots of layers. But yeah, a 90. And just a regular, universal. Doesn't have to be, don't use a leather needle. Look, loads. If you get 1 unit, half a metre, you could still make the rucksack, and probably also, I would just get a metre to definitely make them all. But equally, once you've made one bag with this, trust me, you will be obsessed. It is so cool, really easy to work with. It doesn't really need much in the way of interfacing either. Now, I did put some medium weight interfacing on these 2 bags, behind the patchwork, I quilted it because I like the stitching effect. If I show you, look, can you see? I've added some quilting because I wanted to, but there's no wadding in there. It's just I put some interfacing on. The backpack, I actually used H630 or H640, I can't remember which, on the front and on the back. And quilted that because I wanted that to be a little bit softer, have a bit more texture to it. But actually, for most bags, you don't need interfacing. It has enough firmness. Right, next one. This ends 79, IGLJ 79. So this is sort of some way between the two. I'll show you. We've already seen the two on the outside. It's a bigger grain than this. It's a smaller grain than this. But what I like about this very much is that it's got a little bit of black in it. Can you see? So it's got that little bit of tonal in there. I'm just going to grab this poppy seed, which is, I don't think it is called black, but you know, if I was to do a bag, it does. So you see, it's just bringing out that little bit of more charcoal, dark. It's just called dark. Oh no, sorry, that's the cork. Sorry, it is called charcoal. Oh, I'm a dolly, aren't I? Oh. Honestly, some days. Oh, yeah, an iPad case. Sue says, your deep, gruff voice makes me snort laughing. My deep, gruff voice? Oh, when I put it on. You'd be great at telling children's stories. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a storybook voice, yeah. Yeah. That's smart, actually. What about an iPad case with a zip and little handle? Yummy. And it is, you know, kind of protective. It's a more protective fabric because of that kind of waterproof, splash-proof, natural sort of ability. Next one. I've never seen this one before. Ending 19, never seen this before. Oh, it's brand new. I don't think you can go lower on this one, can you, Hannah? Are you? Oh, baby. Look. I'm obsessed with this. I want to use this now. And the last one, loads of you going for that one. It's fab, isn't it? Brand new today. We shouldn't be going lower. Hannah, you're going to get in trouble today for something, I feel sure. This one ends 8-9. That's lovely. That's lovely. That has got a lovely warmth to it. It is warmer. It's almost pinky, isn't it? If I bring like these in, it's got a little bit of pink in it. Yeah, that's lush. That's absolutely lush. Yeah, love that. Not got a lot of that one, to be fair. I've not got a lot. Well, yum, gorgeous. Right, pattern. Let's grab the pattern. This is my brand new trio of bags, volume 3. There's over 50 of you with it in your basket. These are absolutely beginner friendly. Okay, don't be put off by the fact that I've combined patchwork with bag making. If you're a quilter, the bag making is easy. If you're a bag maker, the patchwork is easy. You are sewing strips together, pressing them and then cutting them apart. However, if you don't want to do the patchwork, you don't have to. I give the dimensions of the panel. So, for example, on this rucksack, I give you the instructions. Let me just show you here on the back. I give you this size. When it's all sewn together, it should be this size. So if you wanted to, and I also give you the panel size, if you wanted to, this could be a plain piece of fabric. You could still use the cork top and bottom. Or this whole thing could be made from faux leather or from a gorgeous William Morris tapestry. I mean, imagine that. Actually, you could mix the tapestry with cork. Yum. Absolutely gorgeous. So you get 3 different new bag patterns. You get a rucksack. I call that the big trip. You get a quick over your shoulder, pocket, internal, quick snap fastening. So easy in, easy out, very adaptable. You could even, if you wanted to, excuse me, instead of the D-rings here, I'll just show you. Instead of putting D-rings here and here, you could put lobster clasps, okay, instead. Then you could clip the bag to your belt loops and wear it as like a little bag there. You could still have a shoulder strap, but what you would do then with your shoulder strap, instead of putting swivel clasps on the end, you would put D-rings on the end of the strap, and then you would clip from here to here. So you could still wear it over your shoulder as well. But the patchwork is entirely up to you, but it's a chance to learn some new techniques. Each of the 3 bags has a different Seminole patchwork technique. You get the full pattern for the bag as well as the patchwork. You also get your jaunt. You can use this with the shoulder strap. You could make this into a toiletry bag if you wanted, or a knitting bag. You can do that too. You're also getting a brand new Seminole pattern. Then you also get instructions on how to make an adjustable strap slider, useful to have in your bag making collection. Then the big trip, that rucksack. But you can also use this as a regular bag. Let me show you. So if I take off the shoulder straps, because they're all on swivel clasps, so the shoulder straps come off completely. Okay, so you can just pop these inside your bag. And now, look, just got a carry bag. And take that around with you. And just on the floor, on the table, there. So I always try and make my bags as adaptable as I possibly can. Pop them on the back of a door. Quick storage. You know when you need to quickly tidy up? This is cute, isn't it? This zip. So cute. And definitely, like, look, I've used a basic fabric for the lining that I won't see. But when I go in the bag, I want to see something lovely. So I've used some Tilda Creating Memories there. This could be Brie. This could be, anything you want. It could be gorgeous K facet fabric there. Wow. Good morning. I like it when a message starts with wow. Wow. Good morning, Stuart and team. Love, love, love this new bag pattern. What a treat this morning's show is turning into. I'm so excited to retire. And so, does work know? Is it literally a decision you've made in the last hour? Well, my love, I'm excited for you. Hannah, our producer, is also excited to retire, but she's got a long, long, long time before she's allowed. Soz. You know what, Hannah? If you're lucky, you get to the age when you could retire and you don't want to. I'd always planned to retire when I was 55. I've got no intention of retiring. I just love my life and I love my job. In fairness, I do have the best job in the world, don't I? But I do, you know. So actually, my thoughts of retiring have gone. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, you get all of these patterns. Now, you could also use these Seminole patterns to make quilts, cushions, table runners, whatever you want to make. You know, you just make more. You just make more. You just make more. Right, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear a bit of space. I'm going to get my sewing machine set up and I'm going to do a bit of demo. How about that? Now, I like that action shot there. Oh, you couldn't see it. I could have. Before I start, are we going to run? I've got to tell you about this machine that I'm going to use. It'll just take me a couple of minutes to tell you. I'm going to demo with the NV1150 from Brother. I want to mention it now because it's £999, which is already a saving on the regular price. You're also getting your free quilting kit that comes separately, normally, okay? This is £160 worth. You get your huge extension table, your walking foot, darning foot, 1/4-inch patchwork foot. You also get sewing handlebars and a quilting guide, £160 worth, free. You're also going to get a box of Schmetz needles, 100 Schmetz needles. Schmetz needles are the only needles I use. That's £40. So you're getting £200 of freebies and you're getting a price crash on the machine to £999. I'm going to start demoing now with this, and we'll put your graphics up in a bit, but I just wanted to let you know about that. It's a fabulous, fabulous machine, and you get a knee lift with it as well. But I can't use the knee lift standing up. Okay, right. Now then, I'm hoping, yes, here we go. Right, I've got my little bit of Seminole. So I'm just going to lay it out on the desk again for a second, just so you can see what I've done. So remember, I started off with that strip-pieced unit, those long strips of fabric that I then chopped up. And now I'm going to lay out, offsetting by one position. So you can see it was here, so I drop it down. So the purple's next to the pink now in this diagonal fashion. Whoops, don't do it like that. You have to stop and think about this. I certainly do. Every time. We're going to give you the details for this fabulous NV1150. And this is the deal you want. Not $1,038.99. You are paying $999. You're also getting 5 split pays if you want them. Which means your price to get this home with your free quilting kit and your machine needles, 100 of them, is $199.99. Right, I'm going to start sewing these strips together. And let me just show you what I'm doing. When I flip this over, what I want you to see is my seam allowances are offset. They're staggered. Now, obviously, the strips don't meet at the top or the bottom, and that's fine. If it worries you and you think things might slip, you can pin, or the other thing you can do is you can start sewing from the middle. So sew from the centre and sew outwards, and then turn it around and sew again. You can do that. You can make up the rules. If you want the pattern, be quick. I'm just going to say that. All of these techniques are covered. All of your Seminole techniques, all of your bag making techniques, they're all covered. So look, I've only sewn from the centre out, just where it kind of counts, and then I can sew from the top down. Now, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that every time. You might do it once or twice, just to get a feel for it, or you might pin. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew everything together into pairs, okay? But I'm still going to put everything back down so that I've always got, look, a lower and then a higher. What I don't want to do is this, because it looks the same, but they would not sew together. Okay, so you know, there's a little bit to think about, but it's all in the pattern. This is, do you know what? Sometimes, like when I'm knitting, I need a mindless knitting project. That's when I do socks, because I'm just doing stocking stitch round and round and round. But there are other times, and that's the most soothing thing I can do. Sometimes I need something that is so, makes you concentrate, got to think about this, one of those projects, because actually the noise that's going on that day, that week, needs drowning out with something else. Does that make sense? So so this is one of those projects to do when you want something that's just going to make you concentrate enough. I hope I've done it right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I've sewn those together. I can sew that pair together now. And again, if it helps, you can start sewing from the centre outwards. You don't have to start at the top. Match your seams up. But no, I must admit, even though the day I started making the bags, you know, I started by making the Seminole, and all of the instructions start with making the Seminole. And it was just as well that I was so excited about making the bags, because I got ridiculously excited about the Seminole and then just wanted to make a quilt. And I had to then discipline myself to actually concentrate on making bags. But of course, I was very excited about doing that, so it was okay. Right, I'm just going to finger press this out. Can you see what we're making? Cool, isn't it? Shall I make the last bit? Yeah? Yeah, let's do it. It's kind of more of the same, but I was just going to show you the kind of trimming down as well, because that's quite an important bit. Now, I don't think I asked for this to be on the show, but I should have done. My top tip for Seminole is best press is your friend. Because you are, when you cut this, when you trim it, you are going to expose, oh, we have got, yeah. You are going to expose the bias edges. Now, don't believe the hype. It's not a big issue. The fabric isn't trying to stretch. It'll only stretch if you mess around with it too much. But if you want to help minimise that, then best press all your fabrics. Best press everything. Right, let's just make sure that this is properly lined up. And I'm going to sew this last little bit. There we go. So next step would be a really good press, okay? Now, before you start trimming the ends, the edges off, we don't want a you know, if it stayed like this and you want a rectangle, are we going to cut it? You'd end up with nothing. So is this a very wasteful technique? It's not a very wasteful technique. It's not a wasteful technique. I'm going to grab a little cutting mat. If the pattern's in your basket, it's not yours till you check out, you know. I'm just going to show you two techniques. So we need to make it into a rectangle. How are we going to do that? So there's two ways. When you've made a longer strip, you can actually form it into a circle, okay? It's very difficult to do with a smaller piece, but you will offset, just as before, sorry, in a very bad position there. You'll offset it as before, and you'll sew it into a tube. And then you can mark a straight line and cut through it with scissors and open it out. An easy way of doing exactly the same thing is, don't be alarmed, is to slice through like that. Move this to the other end, sew it together, and now we've got a usable rectangle, haven't we, that I can trim the top and bottom, and I can add my strips to the top and bottom, and I'm ready to go. I've made my pocket. Cool technique, isn't it? Really cool. Just, I'll give you one warning. You're going to fall down a rabbit hole. It's not my fault. I warned you. You'll want to Seminole everything. It's great stuff. The pattern is jam-packed with techniques, different styles of bag, different techniques, and also that patchwork technique of Seminole. 3 different patterns. It might have been enough just to put one Seminole pattern and said, repeat this for all the bags. And actually, this would look really lovely. Look, you could have that. You could mix and match. You could have that over the bag instead if you wanted to. But I thought, hey, I'm doing 3 bags. We should have 3 different Seminole patterns. Let's learn more. Oh my goodness, Stuart. I learn something new every day. Thank you. You're welcome, Michelle. You're welcome. I find it all fascinating. Good morning, Stuart. I used the pattern you're making to edge a quilt for my grandson. It looked amazing. Oh, Georgina, yeah. I mean, you can. Borders around a quilt, amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Even you could do incredible sashing. Actually, your sashing could be the patchwork. The blocks that you sash around could be plain fabric, couldn't they? Or just quilting. It's a gorgeous technique. Charlie actually said to me the other day when I was doing all of this, he said, I can't believe after, what is it, like 35 years, I can't believe that you're still finding techniques you've never done before. I can't believe there's still new stuff. And I'm like, there is. It's, yeah. I'm never going to get bored. I'm never going to get bored. This has developed across the whole world over millennia, hasn't it? So in my lifetime is far too short. All of our lifetimes are far too short to learn all of this stuff, which is great because we can always find a new challenge and something new to excite us. And hopefully I'll always have something new to share with you, and hopefully it excites you as well. Yeah, something different. Okay, let's just quickly talk about my previous volumes. Let's go 1, the original. This is the OG, Stuart Hillard. When Bag Trio went in inverted commas, because it was like, here's something new. Bag Trio. Well, you know what it's like, though? This is why you have to do... I'll do the prequel at some point, because, like, when they make films, they don't know they're going to do... you know? Anyway, Volume 1. You get a knitting or crochet bag. You get a very posh, like, handbag and a good kind of work-a-day bag. All 3 different, completely different bags for $11.99. Again, fully patterned. Get all your instructions, using different kinds of handles. I think you can see how I've developed the patterns over the last couple of years, though. So that's Volume 1. Volume 2. The interesting thing is, I'm always inspired to do these trio of bags when a new Tilda range comes out, because look, I've used Tilda, and I've actually used the duck egg and the browns and the rusts for every one of them, haven't I? I didn't realise that. Anyway, this is Volume 2. Volume 2. You've got the mini, the midi, and the maxi. 3 totally different bags. The mini actually has a wristlet on it, which would work really, really well with the jaunt. So the jaunt bag, if you wanted to, you could clip a wristlet on one side and then you could wear that on your wrist. So that's volume 2. And then volume 3 is the newest. And this is 3 new bags, but also Seminole. Or maybe we should say Seminole patchwork, because the people are the Seminole people. Deputy Joan actually had a visit from someone from the Seminole people, yeah, who was visiting Britain, who visited Deputy Joan. Yeah, so cool. And she was wearing a Seminole jacket. So it's quite often used on jackets. Amazing. Now, if you've got quilts from the country, you've got my quilted Howry jacket in that pattern. Oh my goodness. Down the back of a jacket, a band of Seminole, or a wide band and 2 narrow bands. Chef's kiss. Absolutely gorgeous. There's over 70 of you with the new pattern in your basket. Please check out. Don't miss out on it. Now, the cork that I used is the fine grain. Did we call it small? Yeah. This is the finest grain. It's normally £8.99 a half metre. It's £6.99, sorry. £6.99 today. Oh, this is a good one from Sue. A little tip for cork. For Julie, who just messaged in, try to avoid unpicking and re-sewing seams where possible, just like with PU, because once perforated, you should avoid lots more holes. The seams and fabric are strong, but try not to over-perforate a seam. I think you've explained that very well, Sue. Yeah, that is a good tip. That's a very good tip. But yeah, as you say, it's very, very stable fabric. Maybe if you have had to unpick, you could run something like a little line of washi tape or something like that on the back, if you like to almost seal up the holes. And then when you're stitching through, it's sort of re-strengthened, but you won't make mistakes. Hi, Stuart. Can you imagine this bag made with Holland and Sherry material and the cork? Harris tweed, a little bit, you know, just a little. Amazing. A band of Harris tweed through the centre. Really lovely, really lovely. Now we've got some interfacing and some bag handles on the hour. Let's do H630 and H640. This is H630 first. I'll grab them both actually. Just show you the difference. They look very, very similar on the web, don't they? H630 is basically half the width of H640. This is H640 here, can you see? We always think of H640 as being pretty thin, but H630 is half that thickness, yeah. It's still fusible on one side, as H640 is. This, H630, would be brilliant for any of the bags, actually, if you just wanted to add a little bit of padding, so your quilting had something to sit into. You know, cork is lovely unquilted, but you can also quilt it, and it has quite a designer look. A bit like PU, when you quilt it, it suddenly looks very Chanel, very chic, very smart, very expensive. So if you make and sell, all these little tips, these little tricks you can do that make your finished bag, it's a few minutes extra work, it makes your bag look much more expensive. Thinner interfacing, good for smaller projects. It's basically, it's just in proportion to the bag, isn't it? It's in proportion. Or if you're using thicker fabrics, say for example you were using tapestry and you still wanted a little bit of padding, you don't want too much. The fabric's already quite thick. So a nice thin batting. This is fusible. Again, you must use a very low setting on your iron if you're ironing cork, and I would cover it with a pressing cloth too. In fact, I would actually iron from the back, from the wadding side, in which case, again, I would cover it with a pressing cloth. Or even, don't worry about using the fusible nature of it. A quick spritz with 505 and stick your fusible interfacing down. You're going to stitch anyway, so that's H630. H640, again, certainly for the rucksack, not an issue to use H640 if you want a little bit more padding, or if you're making the bag in something like a shirting weight denim, or just quilt weight cotton, which you absolutely can. I would use H640 this time, and I would then use an interfacing on the lining as well. So this is for 1/2 metre, no, 1 metre in fact. Is this the pre-cut piece? Yeah, £9.99, great value, great value. Good morning, Gillian. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Morning, my love. I'm having to keep refreshing the Facebook. Pat says, morning, Stuart. Do you pick up inspirational ideas when you go on holiday to Australia? I do. Actually, I was inspired by my travel to Australia, but not by a particular, I didn't see the technique or the pattern. It was actually that I was away and that every day I was grabbing a bag to take things out for the day or for half a day. Most of the time when we were away, we didn't have a car, so I was carrying things with me. So yeah, it made me think about bags for trips, definitely. This bag was definitely inspired by a bag I bought from Stanley Market in Hong Kong. If you've ever been to Hong Kong, Stanley Market is very, very famous. And yeah, and I just thought, what a useful bag. I've got other bags of a similar size and they're my favourites because you can just shove a few bits and bobs and you can be out the door in seconds. Right, the other interfacing I want to just talk about is H250. Now, we do have an interfacing as our early bird today, but if you want to buy lots of interfacing, and I tend to buy 3 or 4 meters at a time, this is cut to order. This is H250. And this is now my go-to interfacing for all of my bag making. Generally, I interface the lining fabric, but on the jaunt and the quick trip, I use the interfacing on my outer bag just so I could add a bit of quilting, and it had something, it just kind of stabilized everything. That's H250, fusible on one side, medium weight, also great for dressmaking when you're doing things like your collars, your plackets, your cuffs. Some hardware is on the website, but I would just very quickly like to mention, if I may, that we have some Lisa Lamb ready-made. Oh, have they? You spotted these. Yeah, really lovely. There is hardware on the website. I'll just give you a quick flash so you know what I'm talking about. Things like swivel clips, D-rings, and strap sliders. Also, jeans needles, yeah, very good. They're a nice, sturdy, strong needle. These are 90s and 100s, so absolutely ideal for bag making. These are all on the website on this show, okay? Right. Trio of Bags, Volume 3. It's brand new today, not been seen before, been ever so excited to share this with you. Top tips for working with cork and for Seminole patchwork. 3 brand new bags, 3 brand new patchwork patterns, Seminole patchwork. You've got 3 different designs, fully explained. Everything is shown in lots and lots of detail so that you're not left scratching your head. High-end, gorgeous bags, but all beginner-friendly, all achievable. I cannot wait to see your versions. So don't let me down. £11.99 for all of those patterns in one. Now, all of the fabrics that we haven't shown, they're all on the website. They're all on today's show. So go and see what you can find. There are some beautiful new fabrics from Tilda. Also, all those amazing corks, all with a £2 saving per half. So £4 per metre saving. Incredible. Now, after the break, we've got a brand new sewing pattern with Adam Brooks. It's the fabulous Freedom Dress. It is just gorgeous, trans-seasonal, just lovely. And I know Adam can't wait to show you how to make this dress after the break. Thanks for your company. See you after this.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Missed a show on SewingStreet? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the SewingStreet YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with SewingStreet.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Oh, it's so lovely to have your company. And thanks for spending your Saturday morning with us here on Sewing Street. Now look who's here. It's Adam Brooks.
Hello.
Hey,
It's
you.
so lovely to see you bright and early this morning because I've not seen you for so long.
It's been ages. You've got new glasses. Love
Yes.
them.
Thank you very much.
Looking great. How are you?
I'm very, very well. Yes.
Good, good.
Keeping busy, trying to keep out of trouble and failing miserably.
We're struggling to hear you. Hannah's going to come and have a look at your microphone.
That's all right.
Adam is here. Are you here? He's here. He's here. He's here.
Am I here? Am I on?
Here.
Fabulous.
If that's you, Adam, tap once for yes, once for no. Love it. Now, Adam, you have brought a brand new pattern to the channel. This is the Freedom Dress.
It is.
Wardrobe by Me. I love Wardrobe by Me.
Yeah, they're
Absolutely
really
love it.
great patterns. Really great.
Gorgeous. This is sizes 0 to 24. And it's a loose, flowy, tiered dress with statement sleeves and a skirt featuring either 1 or 2 gathered tiers. You can see the options here. Beautiful, gorgeous, love that. Also, look at the sleeve variations. Short gathered, long ungathered, long statement sleeves with that gather around the wrist. Really, really smashing. Use lightweight woven fabric. I'm thinking like denims, chambrays, ginghams, fine stripes. Seersucker would look lovely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be nice.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, anything that's going to accommodate those nice gathers, you're away.
Do you know what? Brie or poppy seed that we've just seen from Tilda.
Oh.
Now, you would have to obviously adjust your requirements because that's 44 inches wide and obviously dressmaking pattern written for large. But you could join panels.
You could join panels, absolutely. You could look at cutting it a different way. The pattern does specify for the largest size that you want it at least 140 centimetres wide to accommodate the tiers. But if you've got enough meterage... and it's not a one-directional pattern print, say, then you could do it.
Brie, poppy seed, ideal. Can you imagine? It's gorgeous. It's such a pretty dress. We're not stopping at £22.49. We don't normally do this. We don't normally do this, but we are. But we are. Fabulous. £19.49. Remember, this has got lots of different options, both in the sleeve and in the length. Would look totally different depending on whether you used a ditzy floral, a large scale. What about could you make this in broderie anglais?
Yeah, I think
or some broderie.
Yeah, you just want to line it. If you did the bodice in broderie anglais, then maybe you'd need a lining, wouldn't you? But those statement sleeves might look nice, and then you might not necessarily want to line the sleeves. Yeah, it would look really pretty, I think.
Wouldn't it? Or that lower tier in broderie anglais.
Yeah.
Just little elements. Nice. Anyway, beautiful. I think it's gorgeous. Sizes 6 to 24. It says on the front 0 to 24. Oh, we translate. Okay, fair enough. Convert, yes. Fair enough, fair enough. Good range of sizes there, though. Fantastic. That's Wardrobe by Me, brand new pattern. In terms of your fitting, Adam.
Yeah.
Is this loose, flowy? Is it fitted? How do we...
Yeah, easy fitting, loose. So it's going to have more positive ease. So obviously always measure yourself and go by the measurements that are on the pattern, not by a dress size that you think you might be in a particular shop. It's really important to go by the measurements.
Yeah, they're quite tricksy in shops, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. But, I mean, it doesn't take much to cut out the bodice, so always make a toile, and if you were just to toile the bodice part, that would give you a great idea. The skirt's going to be loose and flowy.
Right.
Anyway, it's designed to be that way.
So we're not too concerned about the hip measurement?
No, because you've got lots of gather in that first tier anyway. So, you know, obviously measure your hips, but you're looking really at bust and waist. Okay. And then it's going to be personal preference. If you wanted it to be a little bit more fitted, you might decide that you want to size down a bit. But I would insist on making a toile of that, just the bodice part. You don't even have to do the sleeves.
Don't do the sleeves.
Yeah. Just the bodice part.
It's an hour's job, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I cut this out in fabric this morning because we changed the fabric I'm going to demo in, and it took me 10 minutes to cut the front bit out. Yeah, the back and the front. I've only done the bodice sections to show us some bits today, but yeah.
It's quite a quick pattern.
Yeah, it's quite simple. The time really is taken up by the gathering, which, you know, you want to get that nice and as neat as you can.
Yeah, you do, absolutely. And then the fastenings are those buttons down the front.
Yeah, which is what I'm hoping to show us today.
Amazing. I'll crack on. Been giving me orders. No. 1949 for the pattern. It's brand new today. Wardrobe by me. It's the Freedom dress. I could imagine this done in a really large check as well, like an oversized check.
Yeah.
Could look really cool. Black and cream, amazing. Let's have a look at the fabrics that we've got. Let's start with the one that the sample is made from, and this is that lightest denim. Now, this is gorgeous for summer, isn't it? This is the bundle, and you're getting 4 meters for $34.99. This is such a lovely, soft, lightweight. This is a shirting weight denim, a chambray. That's lovely, Adam.
It really is. And do you know what? I'd say if you've not got any of this in your stash, because we all have a stash, let's be honest.
Oh, yes.
Then get some, because it's so versatile with what you can make from it.
Tell me the kind of things.
The kind of thing, well, like you said, like for gents, it's a lovely shirting weight. But many dresses. I've done trousers for SewingStreet out of this. What else have I done? Tops. Like, there's lots of things that I would probably consider wardrobe staples.
Yes.
That would be brilliant in any of this fabric. So,
could you make a shacket in this weight? I'm quite keen on the shacket.
I think for me personally, I'd want something a little bit heavier.
A bit too light for that. Okay.
But say if you wanted to quilt it, you could you could add weight to it that way. Yeah. It's really versatile in terms of if you're not sure what you're going to make, but want to add some fabric to your stash. So that when you do decide what you're going to make, it will make up in a lot of patterns.
Fab, thank you. Sorry, Adam, I'm being a complete dolly today. I really am. I've been showing you the wrong side.
They always fold it on the...
They do. That's the right side.
I mean, to be fair, when we're cutting fabric for dressmaking, we usually have right sides together, but...
There we go. That's the colour. It's beautiful. Do you know what? I think some embroidery would look really nice on that colour as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
By the half metre. By the half metre. That way you can make up, or buy however much you need for your size. I'm going to show you the pattern. You might want to just take a quick screenshot of that at home. Take a quick snap. That gives you your sizes and your fabric requirements. Okay. All right. 158 inches wide. So, oh, sorry, 58 inches. Thank you. 146. Thank you. 146 centimetres wide. That's the lightest. Now, I've got a medium. Now, you're not going to fool me this time. This is the outside, wrong side rather. This is, now that will look gorgeous for this dress. Contrast stitching, Adam?
Yeah, that'd be really nice, yeah. That'd be really nice for a contrast top stitch on the placket.
That's lovely. And I think I would go with like a lovely deep tan. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm classic, and I like that kind of jeans look with the tan. It goes well.
Gorgeous, yeah. Tan bag, tan shoes, sandals.
Yeah.
Really lovely. That is gorgeous. We've got the bundle for $34.99, but you can also buy it by the half metre if you prefer. But you get 4 metres there. Now, we've got some trousers coming up in your second
We
hour.
have, yeah.
Would this fabric be suitable for trousers?
Yeah, I think we could do it with the pattern that we've got in the second hour for sure. We've done them in a heavier denim for later on, but if you wanted a lighter pair for summer, I don't see why not. And like I said,
sometimes your regular denim's a bit heavy for summer, isn't it?
yeah, especially if, you know, warmer weather, going on holiday, want something for that, then yeah. And I've made trousers from this before.
Like for some of us, you know, like like Charlie, his daily uniform is jeans.
Yeah.
On any given day, it's a pair of jeans.
Yeah.
So, you know, even in the summer, lightweight jeans. Great, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that bundle. $5.99 per half metre if you want to actually sort of make your own bundle up, or you just want to refresh your stash. Now, I've also got a black denim. That is the right side. Just checking. Let's keep me on my toes. Oh, that's really nice too, isn't it? See, I could just imagine embroidering some white daisies with yellow centres.
Yeah.
Either sort of on the bodice or around the bottom hem or something like that.
I love using,
black.
whether you're doing it by hand or I love my embroidery machine for it. I've used this on my embroidery machine a lot, and it works well with, obviously with a stabiliser on.
Yes.
But brilliant.
But a tearaway stabiliser, and then it's gone when you've finished your embroidery.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're kind of creating your own personalised fabric.
Totally.
And I think that's brilliant. I love the creativity and flexibility that you can get from making.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Actually, I was working once with Hayley West, and she had actually sort of almost drawn like a big grid on fabric, and the crossover points, she'd embroidered a little motif at those crossover points all over, and then had cut it up for a garment.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
It looks so, this would be perfect for that. It looks so beautiful.
I think that's the right way to go about it, is to make the fabric first and then cut your pieces if you're doing anything like that.
Yes. Yes. Now, really pretty for summer, gingham. Should we go dark first? This darkest navy blue with white. Gingham is always fresh looking, isn't it? And I think as well, the style of dress, it's got a gorgeous kind of summery country vibe.
Yeah, it'd look nice in that.
Yeah. $34.99 again for the bundle.
I was going to demo in that, and then we got here this morning, didn't we? And I was like, oh, it's going to be a little bit difficult for people to see.
Yeah.
Strobes, yeah, so...
Only on screen. Oh, ooh. You're going to get... We're going to make this $3.99 a half metre. So here we go. That's going to be a decent drop. Great. 31.92. Fantastic. It's a 4 metre bundle. If you've already checked out your basket, you are going to get that saving. $31.92 for a 4 metre bundle. That's enough to make the biggest size. We've also got it by the half metre, cut to order. And we are going to crash the price to $3.99 per half metre. $3.99. Fantastic. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Make your own bundle. Let's do the light blue. I like this colour very much. I think for something really summery and just really fresh. And this is one of those dresses, I think, Adam, that's going to be very comfortable to wear.
Yeah, and I think that's important, you know, because you can have things that look amazing, but if they're not comfortable... you have to get the right balance and strike the right balance.
Oh, I'm definitely an age now. Adam, that if it's not comfortable, I'm not wearing it. You know, when you're younger, though, you sort of think, I don't care how restrictive these are, this waistband, these whatever, I look cool, so I'm wearing it. I've never looked cool in my life. But now it's like, no, comfort.
Well, I remember going out as a teenager and thinking, I'm not wearing a coat because it's going to spoil how I look.
Right.
And you used to go out in the freezing cold in nothing but a T-shirt and a smile. Now, I'm like, no, I need to wrap up. Yeah, comfort.
Quite.
You've got to be comfy.
£31.92 for that bundle. We've also got it by the half metre. Again, £3.99. So from £4.99 to £3.99.
I'm just thinking, you know, as well, if you didn't want this pattern as a dress, you could just use the length and shorten lines that are on the pattern and it's a blouse. Just hem it at the bottom.
Oh, nice.
You could do that if you wanted. You might need to just extend this placket section.
Yeah. I was wondering, tell me if this is a horrible idea, but could you do, you know where the first skirt, could you do that about 6 inches deep and have like a peplum?
Yeah, as a top.
As a top?
Yeah, and you wouldn't really have to do anything other than just pull that tier up to there.
Yeah,
and that's it.
That could look really pretty.
Yeah, it would.
Oh, it's actually really versatile. The more you look at this pattern, the more versatile it becomes. What about... Oh, this feels lovely. Have you had a feel of these, Adam?
Yeah, not those ones. Let me come in. I'm coming over.
This is important to dressmakers.
Oh, yeah, that does feel nice.
Oh, it's lovely. OK, just to let you know, the black and the yellow, these two, have sold out in the half-metre options. We've still got the bundles. This one's still available by the half metre as well. We'll do the bundle. We'll do the yellow bundle first. Oh,
it's lovely.
That's enough stroking of fabric.
I'm looking at it. I'm thinking I've made something from one of them before, and I can't think what.
See, a shirt in this would be lovely too, wouldn't it?
It would.
This is gorgeous. So this is a yarn-dyed cotton chambray in yellow stripe. This is also, because it's 100% cotton, this is also very suitable for quilts. What's the width on this, please, Hannah? 56 inches. So backing a quilt,
that'd be nice.
56 inches wide. Hello, hello.
Yes. And that's a nice bright colour for a quilt project.
Adam, would you just give me a hand for a second, please? I want to unfold this because I want to show you just how much fabric you're actually getting. Oh, now then, sorry, if you take that. We're going to need that wide-angle lens, Michael. I'm going to be in the green room. If you keep walking that away. Oh my good, wow. That, and look, this is your width, 56 or 57 inches. 56 inches wide, and you're getting 4 metres in length. That is so beautiful. I love that. I mean, definitely, it's a shirting weight. So a lovely, I mean, it's a really nice colour too, isn't it?
I really like this yellow.
Isn't it?
Yep.
I think because it's mixed with white.
Yes.
I don't normally wear yellow, but do you know what? Because it's mixed with white, it's got such a brightening effect on your skin. It's like a buttercup to your chin.
Oh, yes, I remember doing that as a kid.
There was a moment there, Adam, when I could just see on your face, it was like, what?
What is he talking about?
What?
Yes, no, I remember.
No. Half the stock's gone when everyone's checked out. We've got this fabulous photo of me when I'm about 2, and my mum, who looks like a model, my goodness, she had taken me to the park, and I am scrabbling around on the floor, screaming, crying, because all the buttercups on the floor, I was eating a bag of quavers, and I thought I'd dropped them. I'd got the bag in my hand, but I saw all this gold on the floor, and I thought they were my quavers. So I'm down on my knees trying to pick up my quavers, screaming and crying. And of course, my mum's first thought was to take a photograph. Right, should we do the black? Ah, you see, even at 2, I was obsessed with food. This is the black. That's lovely. It's really strobing though, so we'll have to just show you and then get rid of it. Because it's yarn dyed, it's the same on both sides. There's no real right and wrong side with this kind of fabric, is there? It's hurting our eyes. So you cannot get that by the ½ metre or the yellow, only in the bundle. Now this one, this is called Sand. We're going to unfold this one as well. Adam, I need you.
I are.
Remember, we're showing you just how much fabric you're getting because, yes, we're thinking about the freedom dress. This will make the largest size. But equally, I'm thinking about there's a couple of shirts in this. There's a shirt-waisted dress. There's a top, a skirt. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of different options.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think, out of 4 metres of the fabric that I had, I've managed to cut an extra bodice. I bet you'd have a bit
top.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether you could.
Top, yeah.
You might squeeze it out. I've done the pattern size 12.
Yeah. 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 But also as well, it could be lovely cushions for the kitchen. I'm really good at folding. This is years working in housekeeping. These are the kind of skills you pick up. $34.99 for all of that. But no, I'm thinking quilt backing definitely. You can imagine a cushion with a lovely ruffle all the way around in your lovely country kitchen vibes.
Yeah, I can see
it
that.
It also look quite modern. If you're a bag maker, what about lining? You know, if it was a brown leather bag or a faux leather bag with that as the lining. I mean, talk about high end.
You don't fold your duvets and sheets like that, do you, Stuart?
Oh, Sarah, that's like...
I didn't know
Quavers were that old, Stuart.
I'm glad.
Well, Sarah, they used to be hand-carved by people living in old cottages with no electric lighting. And that's why they were so precious, because they were handmade. Rude.
I'm glad Sarah said that, because I did think it, but I don't say it. Sorry.
I'm going to take...
We love you, Stuart.
I'm going to...
Oh, no.
I'm going to take my whisper bites and I'm going to.
Come back. We need you.
All right, then. Well, I'll have a little bit of chocolate to make myself feel better. And then, just remind you of the pattern. Oh, we've got that fabric by the ½ metre. Yours will be folded more neatly than this.
I remember my nan, you know, she used to press everything, pressing all the bed sheets, my granddad's underpants, she'd press the lot.
My mum used to iron towels.
Yeah.
And of course, they'd be all lovely and fluffy, then she'd iron them and they'd be stiff as a board. £4.99 a ½ metre. Within the bundle, it's £4.37. So you are making a saving in the bundle. We haven't shown that extra value in the bundles, but actually all of them, you're getting a little bit of a saving. Same with the checks, with the gingham and the denim, I think, as well. The bundle is a little cheaper. Okay, we're using this pattern today. It's Wardrobe by Me, the Freedom Dress. Different sleeves, different skirt treatments. We also think a rather gorgeous top, either little shorty or, if you like, something that skims your hips. You see, I think that would be gorgeous, Adam, as a top, just like, if you have a big screen, just like that.
Yeah, I do, I
Just
agree.
about hip length.
Yeah, really nice.
Really pretty. You know those lovely, you can buy like block print, Indian block print cottons that are light as a feather?
Oh, now you're talking.
That, made in that.
Yeah, brilliant.
Stunning.
Yes.
Right, shall we demo?
Yeah, let's do it. There's so many options with this pattern, like we've said. You've got the necktie that you've got on here. You don't have to have that. If you don't want the bow and the fuss, there's a collar piece in the pattern that you could just cut separately.
So let's just, so if I was to tuck this inside, would it look more like that?
Yeah, so you've got that option.
Oh, you see now that's really lovely actually, isn't it? I wasn't sure whether you could or couldn't do it without the bow.
Yeah, so and you've got both pattern pieces in there. You've got some different sleeves as well. I think you've got a straighter sleeve and the more balloon sleeve with the elastic. But you don't have to put the elastic in that. If you didn't want to and wanted to leave it a bit more floaty, you could. And you've got some different length options as well. The tiers, just to point this out on the pattern, it's rectangles. So in the spirit of saving the world and saving paper, we've got on the pattern, it tells you exactly how much to cut on the actual paper pattern piece for those rectangles. Of course, that gives you a bit of flexibility as well, because if you wanted to have more of a gather or wanted them longer or shorter, you can do it. It's just rectangles, but that is on your pattern, which is really helpful. So make sure you do keep that bit. All of your information.
Can I just ask a quick question? It might seem very obvious, Adam.
No, go.
But thinking of like novice dressmakers in particular, if you're used to always having a pattern piece and there's something you need that isn't a pattern piece, how would you actually get that piece of fabric the right size and shape?
No, it's a really good question. So I'd got my selve edges together. So the fabric was on the fold, and you are to cut them on the fold because you need the width. And then what I did is I made sure I got a nice straight edge. You can do this with a long ruler. Quilting rulers are brilliant for that. So if you're a quilter going into dressmaking, maybe have some of those tools already. That's what I used. And then I just literally measured up on both sides how much it said in the pattern. And then made sure I got a nice parallel straight line next to it and cut again.
Do you mark it out with chalk or a pencil or something?
Yeah,
like
I just used a friction pen, but you can use chalk, absolutely. If you really wanted to, there's no reason why you couldn't make yourself the paper template, but honestly, there's no need. Just draw it straight onto the fabric.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I just... Go on.
Just to get you back for your rudeness, Adam, Fiona's messaged in to say, morning to the best presenter and Adam. She says, you could use that lightweight denim for summer dungarees. Oh, gorgeous. They would look fabulous for around the farm, Stuart. Oh, yes.
Yeah, they would.
Totally with you. Lynn says, you boys are so funny. My two faves together on together. It's been a while.
It has been a real while.
Jeez.
I think it's just important to note with this, we call it more of a chambray, don't we? That it is light. It's not what you envisage denim to be. So if you're going to make dungarees or trousers or anything like that, just remember it's going to be lightweight.
Yes.
It's not a heavyweight fabric.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is summer weight, shirting weight.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, you know, thanks to Lucy and Yak and sort of, you know, that lightweight dungaree has become a sort of real staple for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And in this sort of lightweight, summery denim weight, it's gorgeous. I think it's a good call, Fiona. Very good call.
So I've just sewn my darts in. I've sewn darts on here a lot, but just to explain what I've done, I've marked out the dart from the pattern, and then I've sewn off of the edge, and then I tie my threads off at the end, and that's to stop a little pimple happening at a point where we wouldn't want it. And then using a tailor's ham, I'm just going to then press that downwards.
Just bring that over a little bit?
Yeah, there you go. Let's do it there.
Awesome.
I'm just going to press that downwards. And you see that little bit, because I've tied it off, if you backstitch there, you're then going to create bulk and a little bit of a tuck, potentially. So you want it really to fade into nothing, and using the tailor's ham helps with that. And pressing as you go along, as always. Right, and then, so that's all the prep that you need to do for your bodice front pieces. So just going to put them to one side. And I'm going to focus on this placket this morning because I thought it's quite an important part.
Adam, can I just ask really quickly?
Yeah.
I can't even see a dart on the bodice. Where is it?
Yeah.
I got home.
It's just here. Oh, I'm pointing. Yeah, you won't see it maybe on the telly because it's... yeah, it's only a very little sliver of a dart. Again, that's going with the fact that it's a little bit easier fitting.
Yeah.
It's not taking out a huge wedge.
Show us on the other side as well, please.
Yeah.
It's easier for the shot.
Yeah, so it's just... I'm just feeling it now, but it's just here. Yeah?
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Like I said, it's not a huge dart, so it's not making it really, really fitted. But it's just giving it some gentle shaping.
For sure, for sure.
What you want to do with these pieces, so you've got your pattern piece here, this is the placket. If you don't know what a placket is, it's this little bit extra bit of fabric that's sewn down to accommodate the buttons. It's like a button stand, really. And I'm going to mirror these pieces. So it tells you to cut an interface 4 of them. I've block fused them. That block fusing means you take a piece of fabric and a piece of interfacing, bigger than what you actually need for the pattern piece, and you fuse the fabric first. What that does is allows for any shrinkage of the fabric during that process, and also it gives you a cleaner cut because you're then cutting a bonded piece of fabric. It's actually easier to cut as well because it's then bonded. So then you get a nice, neat cut. And so you take that piece of fabric and then cut your pattern piece with the interfacing already on.
Gotcha.
What I'm going to do also, just to avoid any confusion, I'm just going to mark the top, or what I know to be the top of these pieces, just because once they're away from the pattern piece, there's a slight angle on it, but it can look very similar. So I've just marked the piece there, and feel free to mark your pieces as much as you want, but we're going to be creating mirror images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch at 1 centimetre seam allowance along this curved edge here. And again on this curved edge here. So what the seam I'm stitching is this one that's on the outside of the frock. Yeah.
And that's what, 1 centimetre?
1 centimetre or
Adam,
3/8.
for those of us who are very, very old, what's that in old money?
3/8 of an inch.
3/8 of an inch. Oh, thank you.
You're not that old.
No, I'm not.
You can't be that much older than
Who
me.
knew that quavers were that old? No, it's fine. I haven't taken offence. I'll forget about it at some point.
You don't look a day over 26, Stuart.
Oh, stop it. Thank you for a brilliant, funny and educational show. You two are the best. Oh, thanks, Angela. Yeah, well, it's good to have fun with these things, isn't it?
Oh, you've got to have fun. There's a little notch at that gentle point. I was going to show you on the pattern piece, that might be easier. You see this little notch here?
Yeah.
Where my finger is. So basically I'm just pivoting slightly at that point.
Gotcha.
Now you'll use pins to sew this, but for the purpose of getting the job done in a timely fashion, to show you the stages. I haven't bothered. Right, so you just want to, it's good to have a flat surface as well. You want to just keep comparing the pieces, but I've got them laid out mirrored together, so they're reflecting each other. So I'm going to sew this side now, because I've done it on that side.
Yes, that makes
sense. Does it make sense?
It does. You've got like a sort of gentle V-neck on this.
Yeah.
Dress, haven't you?
Yeah.
And presumably that's the point where it pivots.
Yes, it is, absolutely.
Yeah. It's lovely. Actually, you know, and the bow looks really pretty, but I think as well with the bow tucked away so you can see the other neckline version, I can see that being very appealing as well. It's almost kind of like grandad collar style.
I really like it without. I mean, it's nice with, but everybody has their own taste, don't they?
I'll show you on the pattern. So I mean, if you look at the top here, I'll show you this. kind of all there. I'd missed that actually. You've got like, you know, just as a tie, so leave it loose, which that looks pretty. You can have the bow, or here without either of those, which is sort of how I've tried to mock it up on the actual dress by just tucking the bow in. And there it's a little sort of more cleaner, a little more open. If you like to wear a bit of jewellery, you know, you perhaps don't want that bow.
Can I talk to us about machine feet?
No.
What do you mean, no?
I'm in one of those now. Yes, of course you can.
We're going to understitch that bit now because I want to make sure that there's some stitching underneath to keep that seam on the inside. It's a nice, neat finish that we use a lot on necklines, on pocket facings, to keep things to the inside. But I want to talk about feet because we get a machine, don't we? And we tend to have what's called the standard presser foot on, which is usually will look something like this, which is great for all your bag making, all of your quilting. When I learned sew, I tended to use the edge of that foot. But sometimes we need to get right on the edge of something. We're going to want to get on the edge for this understitching. So trying to sew on the edge of this seam with this foot, you're going to be looking more at the needle than the foot position. And I want you to use the foot as the guide and not look at the needle. Okay. You can achieve it with that, that's fine. But have a look at what feet your machine comes with. If there's a skinnier foot, this is more of an industrial foot, this one. And if you've got one that converts to a straight stitch machine, I know a lot of the Elners do it, a lot of machines do it now, you might have a foot that looks more like this, which has got more of a fork on it.
Yeah, I think more of the sewing machine manufacturers now are doing a sort of looks like an industrial foot that you can buy.
Yeah, which I think is brilliant. Well, do you see that? I can run one of those prongs along the side, if I just position it there, and then my needle would go just about 1/8 of an inch on the end there.
Nice.
Right? Failing that, you might have an edge stitching foot, which is this one, and it's got a little prong underneath it, which you can run again along the seam, and that, you might have to just adjust your needle position if your machine allows you to do that, and that'll allow you to stitch right on the edge.
Keeps that top stitching really straight as well, doesn't it?
So we're going to use that today.
And they are definitely available for really all of the major brands. Brother, Elna, Janome, Bonini, you name it. They all do an edge stitching foot. Actually, you know what that's made me think, Adam?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to ask our buyer if we can get some edge stitching feet in as something that we can sell, because I think that would be really useful.
I do, and I think that it's really handy in terms of being able to get accuracy. A lot of people will compliment me sometimes on my sewing, sometimes they don't, but they'll go, oh, you're sewing that really neat. And I'm like, well, yeah, what I've done is I've used the edge stitch foot, and it's the tools that help.
I know. I'm always saying, you know, good equipment, good tools make everyone better at the job.
Yeah.
I hate that phrase, a bad workman blames their tools, because actually good tools make everyone look better. So Bex's message to say, morning, lovely boys and everyone. Morning. I'm not a dressmaker, but I really enjoy watching Adam's demos. I pick up so many tips and transferable skills. You're both very knowledgeable. Yeah,
well, that's it.
Sue has just said, I'm so glad you're talking feet. I think it's a really good point. Quick question. Have you ever used a bias binding foot, and how easy are they to use, please?
I have.
You.
I've got bias binding feet with a lot of my vintage machines.
Yeah.
Being completely honest, there's probably two feet I can think of that I'd prefer to do another method, and that one of them would be a bias binding foot, and the other would be a rolled hem foot.
Okay. Just for those that don't know, a bias binding foot, what is it?
It'll have like a a spirally thing that comes out, and you can feed your bias binding into it, and in theory, it will sew both sides of the binding at the same time, and you can sandwich your fabric in between the foot.
Yeah, you can fold. You can put a flat strip of fabric as well through, can't you? It'll fold it.
Yes,
as it goes through.
Absolutely. If it's what a foot that's that style. The reason why is I don't like it is sometimes if the settings are not quite right, if the condition's not quite right, it can sometimes miss it. Also, I like to, if I'm machine stitching bias, get right on the edge. And I find that I can't get right on the edge sometimes with that particular foot.
So you prefer to use an edge stitching foot?
Yeah, I would. For bias binding, I've always sewn it twice, whether I'm doing costume, whether I'm doing bags, quilt, whatever it might be. I'd rather do it that way. And the same with a rolled hem foot is it'll roll a hem, but if you've got to do a curved hem on a very delicate fabric, it becomes very difficult with that particular attachment. So I prefer, again, I use a method to stitch it twice and it gives me perfect results. Other than that, I'm a great believer in the feet that you get on your sewing machine. I mean, imagine if you were lining a bag, one of your bags with, and then using your edge stitch foot to understitch the top bit. It's just going to give you that nice, neat finish.
Beautiful, yeah. Because you are going to see it as well, aren't you, in a bag?
Yeah.
Now, the pattern that we're using is Wardrobe by Me Freedom Dress Pattern, sizes 6 to 24. It's a nice, confident beginner level pattern. You have got that placket and buttonholes, but they are not something that any beginner should fear or avoid.
No.
The longer you avoid these simple tasks, the more scary you think they are.
Exactly.
But they're not.
No, you want to... I always just test on a bit of the fabric that I'm using before. Every time I do a buttonhole, I test it. And again, I always take a swatch of the fabric under my machine before I start sewing on the garment itself. I'll tell you what I do. I usually put two pieces together, sew a seam, and then I do a bit of understitching. Just check that my stitches are right, that, how the fabric's handling.
Because every fabric reacts differently.
It does, really does.
And that's a professional sewer doing that. So the rest of us should absolutely be doing that.
Yeah, we should always do it. Using the edge stitch foot, look how neat it's
amazing.
Bang on, and it just helps. So yeah, if you've got that foot with a machine, why not have a go with it? Or they're readily available for different machines. I'm not saying that it's a must, but it really does help.
For sure. Thank you.
Right, I'm just going to put the.
So that's our placket.
Yes, it is.
Done.
So then what we need to do, basically that's going to fold underneath there. I need now to press this up by 1 centimetre, but we're also going to take some, or you could have took some bulk out here. So if you wanted to just trim that back. What I'm going to do, let me get this right. Okay, so it's coming onto the front that way. So I'm just going to press this up by 1 centimetre. I'm going to just eyeball it this morning, but you'll measure this.
1 centimetre.
Yeah.
3/8 of an inch.
3/8 of an inch.
I'm a fast learner, Adam.
Thing is, it's so funny, isn't it? Like, you say, even me saying that the fabric needs to be at least 140 centimetres wide, I can see what a metre is in my head, so I suppose I could do 1.5 metres. But it would make more sense to me in inches.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I need both.
Yeah.
Both.
Exactly. So then what's going to happen with this piece? We're going to bring the bodice pieces back in now. It's important, though, that you do mirror images of these. And there is a video online, and I think there's the QR code in the pattern, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's a QR code in the pattern. So that
video.
That'll help.
Oh, Sue says thank you. That's what I thought, talking feet.
Yeah.
Rolled hems are my nemesis.
Yeah, I stitch a line on just the flat fabric.
Yeah.
At my seam allowance. I might stitch 1/4 of an inch. Then I use that stitching line to fold it up.
Yes.
Then I stitch it again and trim away, and then I stitch it again. So I actually stitch it 3 times.
Got you.
But
we need a
the best-
masterclass one day, please, Adam.
So I'm just going to now stitch this on here to show you how the placket goes on. There's a notch to match up. Now this might seem a little bit bizarre because I'm going right side of this button stand to the wrong side of the bodice piece. And this little top bit at the end should come over by about 1 centimetre because it'll match up with the seam allowance of being 1 centimetre. So it does overhang a little bit. You've got like, in quilting, you'd call it a dog ear.
Yes.
Yeah? That's
Yes.
intentional because of the angle.
Oh, I see. Yes. So, yes.
There's an angle
right
on
side
it.
to wrong side.
Yes. So I'm just going to quickly whiz that up at 1 centimetre seam allowance again. Just going to change my needle position back to neutral.
It'll all make sense. I'm just going to grab the bundle that Adam's using. It's the lightest denim, lovely and summery. This is deliciously soft fabric. When we say denim, I know most of us think of that sort of brand new pair of jeans, which is so stiff you could stand the trousers up on their own. This is soft, flowy. Look, those gathers, gorgeous. So much soft. Think of like quilt weight cotton. It's that sort of weight. So, you know, really lovely, absolutely beautiful stuff. I've got 14 bundles left, that's all. The $34.99, there is already a saving there on the per metre price, because you're getting 4 metres here, which is 8 units.
Fab.
Enough to make the biggest size. And those longest sleeves. Yeah. Oh, you're always going to use it, aren't you? Because you might use it for a shirt, a bag lining would be lovely. You know, there's lots of different ways. It's really nice in home decor as well. What about making some quilted denim placemats for the table? I would do oval. I would cross-hatch them using a yellow or an orange thread. I would bind them.
Nice.
Gorgeous.
So this is your chance for a nice bit of top stitching if you wanted to do that contrast like you were saying with the tan on that dark blue. So I'd say right side to wrong side. It's like bias binding if you think of it like that.
Yeah.
I've folded, pre-pressed that edge in. All I'm going to do now is bring it to that stitching line there, and then that's going to basically enclose and bind the front. And because it's interfaced now already, it's going to hold those buttonholes and buttons nicely.
It's really clever.
Yeah, proper preparation. Now, at this stage, if you are just beginning, maybe you'd want to hand tack this in place so it's exactly where you want it to be.
Yeah.
I'm just going to use a couple of pins for now.
But there is something very soothing about tacking.
There is.
And something rather lovely about getting rid of all of the pins before you go anywhere near your sewing machine.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us now have got into our head that sort of pinning's a bit old-fashioned and we're modern sewers, so we don't need to do it, and or tacking and pinning, you know. But actually, they're both really good methods for success.
Yeah, I think so. When I was first putting sleeves into a garment, I had to tack them in when I first started because otherwise it just wouldn't happen. Now I don't have to, but even if it's something like a woolen, like a suit jacket or tailoring, I would then, because you've got a lot of ease to get in, you've got to make sure it's right. Even with this, to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that I just want to show you this bit, I'd be tacking this at home.
Yeah, I always hand tack zips in.
Yeah.
I like doing it. I know it's exactly where I want it to be and it doesn't move at all, whereas if you're pinning, it can move, it can wrinkle or ruffle. Oh gosh, Sue got told off in her sewing class for swearing.
Oh dear.
That's hilarious.
What, recently?
I suppose it depends. If you were 13 and it was needlework at school, I sort of get it. Gosh, I never tell anybody off for swearing in my workshops, you know. Not unless it makes me blush.
There can't be a lot that would make you blush.
Oh no, Adam, I don't use language.
You do not spew profanities. I'm just going to give this a press now. But basically what we've done...
Watch your head, love. Sorry.
So you have to remind me because I get into it and then that's it, I'm away and...
Oh, you're in your zone.
In my zone. So again, just to sew that bit, I could have used the edge foot again, to be honest. And you can get right close on the edge. You want to give this a nice press. And then that's ready for a buttonhole now. So marking out your buttonholes. How long we got left?
We have got about 6 minutes.
Oh, so not long.
So if you can mark one buttonhole and show us, that would be brilliant. It's a good lesson for us, for sure.
Yeah, so you've got the button positions marked on here. You might have marked it beforehand in chalk. I find by the time you've gone through that stage, you might have lost those markings. The way I tend to do it, if I've got my tape measure just quickly, got one here, is I measure on the pattern. I mean, you just want them evenly spaced.
True.
But 2 inches from the bottom, I'm going to start. And I would just put a little marking. Oh, there's my lid.
Oh.
That's all right. And then from that point to the next one, I'm just going to measure, it's 2 1/4 inches. So you can do it that way. And I just want it in the middle of the button stand. So 2 1/4 inches. And I know that I've got 4 buttons. I'm just marking this here. I'm actually marking the bottom of the buttonhole as I want it, because I know that my machine will go from the bottom and then create the buttonhole that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got them there. So I went from the bottom of these buttons here, because that's actually marking the button rather than the buttonhole. But you can put them where you want. Just space them evenly. I think you want one at that little notch where that V starts to happen.
You do.
And then space them that way. And then you would sew your buttonholes. I love this machine because it has a buttonhole attachment that has a plate underneath, and it steadies the fabric. It sandwiches the fabric in between and creates such a nice amount of control, especially on a smaller button placket like this. Right over left for ladies traditionally, so you'd be making the buttonholes on this piece and then sewing the buttons on the other.
Fab. Is there anything you can do if your machine doesn't have one of those plates to stabilise things?
Yeah, take it slowly.
Yeah, well, that's good advice.
Take it slowly. I'm just trying to think, because you've stabilised the fabric, that's going to help
Could
massively.
you use like an embroidery, like tear-away stabiliser underneath?
Underneath, yeah.
Do your buttonhole and then just tear it away?
You could do, absolutely. If you need a little bit more surface area on controlling the machine, if you put that tear-away underneath, you know, a bit like when you use tracing paper to start on the edge.
Yes.
You could give that a go underneath, and it will just give you a little bit more of a surface area for your machine to control.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Adam.
No,
As
thank
always,
you.
incredibly informative, loads of tips and entertaining. You're the perfect package.
We do it all.
Love it. Adam is back, of course, at the end of the day, 12 o'clock, with those fabulous Tessuti trousers. But before we go, let's just recap the pattern for the Freedom dress. It's brand new from Wardrobe by Me, sizes 6 to 24. Lots and lots of different options. I think actually way more options than we see even on the packet. You've got that bow, that tie, with just the button stand, the collar stand. You've got the tier, 1 tier or 2. You can also have it as a long top, we think. 3 different sleeve options, really versatile and well worth £22.49, but not today. You're getting a £3 saving, £19.49. Right, thank you so much. We are going to go to a little break. When we come back, I'm joined by the fabulous Christine Belt from Pinflair. We've got an hour and a half, a bumper show. Oh, my goodness. I love it when a show has a one wow in it. This is wow, 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 from start to finish. You won't want to miss it. See you after the break.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance.
Yeah.
Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Before you start to sew, you need to mark up any dots, pleats, tucks or lines on your pattern that's going to help you put it all together. There's a couple of ways of doing it, and here they are. You can use a pen to mark up your dots, pop a pin through the marking on your pattern, and then use your pen to mark it on either side, like so. Alternatively, you can use a needle and thread and make tailor's tacks. Take a double length of thread and go through both layers of fabric, leaving a tail. Go through again, leave a loop, and snip off, leaving a little tail. When you pull your fabric apart, you'll find you can pull your pattern over gently, and then when you pull your fabric apart, you'll find there is a little bit of thread left on both sides, ready to match up with another pattern piece.
Missed a show on SewingStreet? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the SewingStreet YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with SewingStreet.
Want to know what's coming up on SewingStreet? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with SewingStreet.
Fabulous, fabulous 90 minutes coming up. With this one, it's Christine from Pinflair.
Hello, darling. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Fabulous to see you. I'm so pleased that we've got another show together Oh my goodness. Honestly, when we were looking through everything this morning, just incredible. The range of different products you do and your creativity. Oh, it's amazing. Like, for example, our very first project, never seen anything like this on SewingStreet before. It is so cool. You're going to love it. What's this called?
Plastonage.
Plastonage.
Yes. Well, you get two, but this one's the one I've put the braid on.
Oh, smashing. I'll bring that in a
So
second.
these are the... That's what you make.
Look, it's a clutch bag with a magnetic snap. Your kit makes them both. And Christine, they're full kits.
Yeah, so you get everything you need. They're really usable. They're plastic, so they can get, if they get wet, it won't hurt them in any way at all. Great to use. That's the bit you get. That's it.
So you get your two fabrics.
You do. So both of these lovely fabrics.
This is so cool. If you're going to a wedding, parties. Actually, we even said if you've got like really big, like sunglasses. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. And this isn't cartonage because you're using a plastic inner.
Yes. So it comes to you already die cut for you.
Yeah.
They've already got the marks in the slits in them for the magnets in there as well, and just the arm parts. Everything in there you need, and your fabrics. The only thing you need to add is your bookbinding glue.
And we'll talk about the glue that you need. So this is brilliant. And so at the moment, we're talking £10 per bag. And I would add like a little chain so you can wear it over your shoulder, but you could also have it as a clutch. We've also got braid if you want to really kind of bling it up, but you are not paying £19.99. This is the bit I don't understand. Why? Make it make sense. It is £16.99 for the kit. Wild.
On night offer for SewingStreet.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So you were saying that you've got everything in your kit that you need to make both, including your fabric. We just need glue.
The glue.
So this would be a good time to mention the amazing
Most of
wonder
the kits
product.
on today's show, it's this glue that we would use.
A bit of space.
And this is our bookbinding glue. You get 3 tubs. This is a water-based glue, but it's got very low water content. So in here, so it goes perfectly onto your fabric. Everything still feels like fabric.
Sure, it really does.
Whereas if you used a PVA glue, it would soak in and it sort of goes hard and
How lovely and neat. So it's literally the whole thing is glued together. You don't have to stitch.
No.
And your 3 tubs, you also get your little red spatula.
Not guaranteed it's red.
Oh.
You get a spatula.
A spatula, thank you.
They come in lots of colours.
Perfect. You're not paying £15.99. You're paying £12.99 for the 3 tubs. And the tubs, I've got some of this. It goes a very long way. You use a tiny bit.
You do. You don't need a lot. It's a very tacky glue. So once you put it on, it becomes a tacky glue rather than a wet glue.
So things like plastonage, cartonnage.
Yeah. I turn my trousers up with it.
Not judging. Our Vicky Carroll, is basically her entire life is being held together by your bookbinding glue. She told me she uses it to repair everything.
Yeah, it's really good glue. It is.
Amazing. Well, we just wanted to mention that at this point because this is the glue that you will need for your plastonage evening bags or clutch bags. Let's just remind you what you can make with the plastonage kit. You're getting both fabrics. That gorgeous, classy ivory and gold print, and then the black with gold print. I mean, how beautiful.
But if you was making, the kits are lovely. If you was making the dress that was on the last hour, you could easily make your bag to go with anything you want as well.
So you could do a denim version.
Yeah. So whatever. So if you're going to a special occasion and you've got extra fabrics, make them out.
Wow, I love that. I love that.
And then use this for another project.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So you get all of your pre-cut pieces. This is for 2 bags.
So in there.
2 magnetic snap. The thing is, Christine, we sell 1 magnetic snap for £1.99. So those 2 pieces are £4. We're now £12.99. You've got 2 pieces of fabric. This is basically, this is a long quarter.
It's 30, yeah.
So it's a bit more than a quarter metre. So this would be, we're talking £4 per. So that's £8 plus 4, that's £12. So actually for £4.99, we're getting all of our plastic inners that create 2 evening bags. Amazing. Amazing.
And the fabric is a Macawa fabric, so it's a good quality
Beautiful.
fabric as well.
It's beautiful. Yeah, and overprinted with gold. Actually, so that wouldn't be £4 per piece. That would be at least £4.50 per piece. Wow.
Good.
So £2.99 for the gubbins. There are 16 of you with this in your basket. Actually, lots of you are multi-buying, which means that we could easily run out of stock before everyone checks out their basket.
And I will be doing a demo on it.
Amazing, thank you.
Promise. It's
Now,
so easy to do.
If we wanted to add a little extra va-va-voom, for example, like this one here with this beautiful braid, we've got a metallic braid pack to go with. We get 3 metres of each.
I can't quite remember if it was 3 or 2. Does
Or
it
maybe
say on how
2?
much is on? No, no.
We're going to have a check.
I haven't seen it. Oh, it's
2
2
metres.
metres of each.
2 metres of each.
Yeah.
So 7 different colours.
Yep.
Oh, actually, we've got...
Well, no, they are slightly
Oh,
different.
they are different.
They are different. Yeah.
So you've got a dark gold, a light gold, a burgundy. That's beautiful. Black with gold, red, beautiful blue, and a green. This is a big crash. Get ready. Should be £19.99. You're just paying a penny under £15, £14.99.
But this braid is so lovely to use. It's that sort that you can really go around any shape you want it to go round. The plaiting, I usually just pop the end in the bookbinding glue, seal the end, and then you can cut it and use more and more.
Yeah, actually, I'm just going to grab this because, look, I mean, that beautiful curve, that is immaculate.
And that's just glued on with my Glue It. You could use your bookbinding glue, but for less mess, so it keeps it neater. The Glue It comes with a really fine nozzle.
Okay.
So when you're going around the edge of a craft, it's really...
Oh, that is fine.
Yeah, you can use just a little tiny amount.
So we could use the bookbinding glue that you're going to use for the majority.
Easily, but it just makes ease.
This is the Glue It. We'll put Glue It up on screen. Now then, would this be suitable to do the whole thing?
Yes, it would. It's exactly the same product.
Oh.
It's just that in a different applicator.
Oh, understood.
So we use this more in paper crafting, because we do a lot of paper crafting as well and things like that. So if they've done die cutting and things, you've got very fine pieces of paper, this works as well. So
See,
it's a very
Christine,
good glue.
I'm thinking about stoning
Yeah.
the front of the bag with, you know, those flat gems, and then again you would use the Glue It, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah.
This is still the bookbinding glue, so you could use this for everything. You get 2 bottles, by the way, for $10.99.
Yes.
It's a duo.
But the reason I tend to use the tub when I'm doing the bigger projects is just that you can spread easier.
Yeah.
And it's just better value for
Yeah,
money.
absolutely.
But for ease, that's very good.
Fantastic. Absolutely love these braids. They are stunning, aren't they? And you can use these on, cushions, because you could stitch through
Oh,
these,
easily,
couldn't you?
yeah. It's just that I use, you know what I'm like with me glues.
Absolutely.
But you could go around any of your boxes, you could go around any of your projects, really.
Thinking as well that you could fix this inside and make yourself a shoulder strap.
I was going to, because that's why I left it in here, my darling. Look, I mean, idea was there. I just never got right. I didn't know whether to attach it.
Yeah.
Just glue it on again.
Yeah,
Same
yeah,
glue,
yeah.
just glue each side. And then I thought it could be because I quite like a bag that goes over the shoulder.
Yeah, definitely.
You've got to hold it all the
Definitely.
time. Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
So you do have enough in one piece, would do the whole bag, and that's how
And
much
a
I had
shoulder
left
strap.
over. Yeah.
Amazing. Now, Christine is going to do a demo of the plastonnage. However, we need to jump ahead to the cheeky domes because they're about to sell out.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
I'm so pleased because I designed these for my...
Oh, come on, show off now. Tell us about your fabulous lifestyle.
For my cruise. So I wanted to know that people... That's why they
On a
call
what?
Norwegian. And the socks I just loved. So these are made with socks, and you're getting 3 socks in your kit, and you make both.
Awesome. Yeah, you're going on a Norwegian cruise,
Yes,
aren't you?
this is my project. So if you're on the cruise, this is what you'll be making.
These are super cute, absolutely brill. And you make 2.
You make both, Mr.
You make
and
both,
Mrs.
everything.
Everything. In here.
$16.99. Eric and Helga. Oh my goodness! Wow, just a moment. Just a minute, not £16.99. You're going to pay £11.99 for both.
Yeah, so it comes with the 3 socks.
Oh, I love that they actually are socks.
They are, yeah, you get the whole sock.
Good.
And then you're getting the beard and the hair. So you cut that in half for hers and his.
Fab.
We have these eggs that are in the body, but I have used rice in them, and we have put in the instructions used to reuse rice. So you just need a little bit, otherwise he's a wibble wobble.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we need to use any particular kind of rice, pudding rice?
The cheapest
or
you can buy.
Is that tinned ambrosia? Would
Yeah,
that
it
work?
would be really lovely, because then you'd have nice sticky feet.
Couldn't resist. You just get everything you need apart from some glue.
Don't need glue in this one.
You don't need glue?
No glue in this one.
Stitching?
No.
Oh. How's
Rubber
everything?
bands and pins.
Absolutely
But you do
brilliant.
get everything in here.
But
And again,
everything
I
is
can make one
sourced.
of these in a minute for you as well. This is one that we're going to do.
Literally get everything in the kit.
Full
You're going to have to be so
step-by-step
quick with this. You're going to have to be so quick. Look, you get your full instructions. Everything's there. While you go through for those single figures already, do you think we could do a plastinage demo at this
Both.
point, please?
Both.
Let's do both. Let's do it. Let's do it. Great. Now, you really will have to be ever so quick with the cheeky gnomes, because I've got 9 kits left. Way oversubscribed. It's an amazing 6 kits now. It's going to sell out any second. I want to go on that Norwegian cruise now, Christine. It's our Eric and Helga. Lovely couple. Lovely couple. They bicker, but you know they don't mean it. You know that it's just their way. It's just their way.
Right.
They wobble, but they won't fall down. No one here will remember that.
We do.
We do. Do you remember quavers?
Yes.
Right, here we go. Those have sold out, Christine. Well done.
Oh, dear.
We're a couple of minutes into the show. We've already had sellouts.
Right, so with the plastinage, you get your sheet and just literally put a thin coat of the glue all over your plastic, and it just sticks down, takes out all the creases, flatten it out so it's flat, trim the corners at right angles, and we're just gluing this down, and we leave about a half an inch overlap, about 1.5 centimetres. Right.
And this is the book binding glue that you're using.
Yeah,
isn't
this
it,
is the one
Christine?
out of the tub. I would use that for any of the bigger areas, because you then can spread the glue sparingly.
I'm going to grab those tubs out. Your plastinage kit is on screen at the moment. £16.99 to make 2 evening bags. Now, Charlie, my husband, has an accessories company, and he manufactures and sells these evening bags, you know, discounted, £20, over £20 each. So you can make them absolutely gorgeous and easy to make.
Yeah, so all I've done here is, if it's got a curve shape, we do little snips right up to the plastic, and that would be the same if it was in our cardboard or whatever. Just cut right up to the plastic each time, and then just a thin layer of the glue, bring this over, and it sticks straight away.
So you wouldn't put the glue on the fabric?
I tend not to, because you can scrape so much more off on the card or the plastic than you can on the fabric.
So the thinnest smear?
Yeah, you don't need a lot. And if by any chance, if you turn that over and you think, oh, I've got a little bit there and the glue hasn't stuck, just run a warm iron over it. It will reactivate the glue and take out any little bubbles, or if you... But you won't have.
And I see you've already got the magnet in.
Only because I didn't lose it.
Oh, gotcha.
In the plastic, it's actually got little holes. That's already die cut into the plastic. All I needed to do then was I just used my craft knife just to make sure the holes are in the right place, and these just push through. I don't bother with the washers that come with it, because you don't need to with the plastic.
Fair enough.
And these just bend over flat. So you do the front and the inside the same way. So we have 2 pieces done like this.
Got you.
Then we take the side pieces and I've cut that out exact, glued that on and cut around it exact.
Oh, so there's no seam allowance to fold
Not on
over.
that one, not on that one.
Understood.
So now we're going to take a little piece of the fabric and glue a hem for the top so it's neat. Then this goes on top of that.
Ah.
And then this is where we have the overlap for going round the edge of your bag.
Okay, gotcha.
So again, we just go all over this. On the show, we have got the bigger spatulas as well in on the show today, which on these bigger projects, sometimes I would use the bigger spatula, but the glue comes with the small one.
Don't forget, you could ignore the fabric that you get with the kit. Don't waste it. You won't waste it. You'll use that for something other lovely. You might be making an outfit for a wedding. I can't even begin to tell you how much you would have to pay to get somebody to make you a matching bag to go with your wedding outfit. But if you can get a bit of the fabric, even if it's being made for you, do your own bag. I mean, you might well have just saved yourself 70, 80, £100.
Or even if you're just matching the shoe colours, isn't it? If you've got a pair of shoes and you've gone and you want to match the
I mean,
same.
it can feel like an impossible task unless you can make your own. I mean, Christine, I think this is brilliant.
So then we take this shape, and this shape gives you the exact piece for this to go onto. So I've glued this, I've done the other end because you just have to wait a few moments for it. So literally you put the glue down this edge first.
Yep.
Put it on and scrape it all off.
3 kits left, and that's it.
Oh,
Just
no.
3 of these plastinage kits left.
Place that on top, and as I hold it, then good old household pegs. Just hold the top bit, and as we go round, the shape of that is exact to the shape of the bag.
Got you.
And that makes the inside neat, and then the outside will get covered with our outside piece once we get that in place. Just spend a few moments lining it up.
You could use your quilter's clips here if
They
you
would be
prefer.
good, wouldn't they? Those little ones, yeah.
They're more to hand for me at home than pegs, but...
And pegs are more at home for me than...
See, I am very naughty, Christine, and I leave my pegs on the line instead of bringing them inside, so they're grubby as well.
I have me crafting pegs and I have me
fair
washing pegs.
Grab yourself a trio of bookbinding glue.
And
Whether
then-
you're going for the plastinage or not, it's used for most of the crafts that Christine's got today, but also for things like doing quick book covers, diary covers. If you wanted a bigger spatulas or a bigger range of spatulas, I'm just going to show you this. So this is £5.99, and what you get is you get 2 more of the small spatulas, super useful, but you're also getting a set of these 3 spatulas. So you get Daddy Bear, Mummy Bear and Baby Bear. That's my point of reference, a small, medium and large as well. So really, all the angles covered for £5.99. Sort of well worth getting if you're doing any
I've just glued that one, so it just take a few moments for that to dry, but this end is already stuck. And then you literally just, and the other half has got the second part of the magnet kit in there, and this will get glued from the front here, put glue all over that, onto the front there, peg it here, and it's been designed that it fits perfectly round to where we started.
It's
so easy, so easy.
It's brilliant. It's brilliantly designed.
Thank
the
you.
kits have sold out. Talking of sellouts, Cheeky Gnomes, they've sold out, but we are going to do a little Cheeky
Can I
Gnome
do
demo. We'd love you to.
Yeah,
Yes,
good,
please.
Good.
This is like a practice before you cruise. I'm not jealous.
Right, so I just get my pieces that I need.
Is that June, Christine, you go
Yeah, not long now.
It would be spectacular. I did a Nordic cruise in May, and it was heaven on earth.
We've done the fjord part. This time we're going up to the Arctic Circle.
Wow.
So that would be lovely. Right, so you
Gorgeous.
take your socks, and we cut them into, there's a body part. What we'll do is, I'll do a Mr. Gnome, then that would be, well, I do both, because then you can see how he comes together. So we take the sock, put a few bits of the rice in the bottom here. I've got another bag somewhere with the half-made bits in it. So it's about 40 grams of rice I used.
You don't get the rice in the kit?
No, but if you've got anything similar, I don't know, some beads or something, you can get the plastic toy beads or whatever. But I used rice. Then you've got your egg, and it's the shape of the egg goes the fattest part down first.
Yep.
Squash him in. Then we take the rubber bands which you've got in your little kit.
So is this a workshop that you're doing on the cruise?
Yeah, this is what they'll be making.
How much fun.
Yeah. So just literally take the top. If you wanted to sew them, you could, but the bands work really well. And you're covering it all up, so that's his body done. And her body would be done in exactly the same way. Then the piece we've cut off, when you cut your socks, we cut in different places. So, this is a he hat. So this one I've cut, and in your instructions we tell you exactly where to cut and which pieces to use. So this will become his hat. His body, if you noticed, hasn't got the heel, so it's the toe part of this one. So that's the body. The heel part will become his hat, so we save that. But the piece we cut off of one of the other socks, which is there, we make into the arms.
Ah, okay.
And all we've done with the arms is we just glue them into a strip. So, so we've got a piece like that, and literally just fold it over, put binding glue down the seam, let that dry for a few moments, and that's his arms or her arms made. So you don't need a lot of glue, just enough to make it tacky. Fold that over, and again you could peg that, just wait a few moments for that to dry, and that becomes the arms.
Fab.
And then I just take, in the kit you've got some pins. Again, if you're giving them to children, obviously these are not toys.
No.
They are ornaments rather than toys. Put the pin through the cuff of the sleeve and into her body, or his body. Bring the arms up to the top, so that's one arm on. One on the other side. Again, I've already got my pins in there just for speed. We take the beard then. And you've got extra pins in your pack, so you can just pop a pin in the top here.
Just watch your head, my love.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Should be laying it down, really. It'd be easier for you to see. Right, so that's her arms, or his arms in place. The beard, we just cut half of what you get. And this brush is lovely, so I usually have my little old hairbrush, so you can just brush that down. His beard will get pinned around the top here. Just slide it under the arms to tidy it up. And again, 2 more pins. And if you're doing Elga, she has, you just cut this piece in half and make little plaits.
Oh, fair enough, yep. They're cute.
So she's got plaits, he's got a beard.
Little hairpiece. I just want to quickly mention, I know we're not using glue here, but the Glue It bookbinding duo, the bottles with the fine point, over half the stock. I've got fewer than 20 left, £10.99 for the pair. It's the same as the stuff that's in the tubs, but in this very easy to use, squeezable, little dots, little thin lines, things like that. Very good for adding braid, beads, embellishments, that kind of thing. Or doing fine work if you were covering diaries, you know, bit of wadding, bit of fabric, bit of glue around it, and quick and easy.
Really, yeah. Just easier than using the tub all the time.
And it is almost, I mean, it's a big claim, I know, but it's almost life-changing, this glue, isn't it? You find so many ways.
My life.
Yeah, you find so many ways to use it.
To do the pom-pom, it's the toe part of one of the socks,
Yeah.
and the one with the heel still attached.
Okay.
Because that becomes this rolls up to make the peak of his cap, and the bobble at the end makes his pom-pom.
Got you.
And that's his hat in place. And again, just 2 pins.
I love how quickly and easily it comes together.
But you can spend longer on yours and give him character. You know, they all look different. However much you try to make them identical, they all look slightly different. Then again, his nose just gets pinned in place. And that is him finished.
Amazing. Look at that, everybody. Literally made in front of us. We're just going to get a proper shot. I mean, he has sold out. Eric and Helga have sold out, but absolutely brilliant. Super cute. Hello, Eric. Little Eric. Now, we're going to talk about tea, time for tea.
Ah.
Time for tea. This is absolutely brill. I'm going to just move a couple of bits and bobs over. Okay, that's cool. Now, Christine, you have designed this.
I know where my glasses are now. They're in my pocket.
There we go. You've designed this as a caddy.
Yeah, and I made one for you.
No way! Oh,
there you are, my
wow.
darling. So yes, I made it as a tea caddy for all those for all those special teas if you want to put teas in there. But when we came in this morning and you looked at the empty one, you said it would be good for some of your tools as well. So you don't have to use it for tea.
That is amazing.
But it's just I thought it was nice and it's fun.
Thank you so much. Well, and I'm useless at wrapping presents. I'm always looking for containers to put gifts in. This is something very personal. $11.99 for this. $11.99. You're getting your spinner. I just thought, right, specs can go in there, rotary cutter, friction pens, maybe my clover slash cutter, maybe my small ruler, my little, 1/4-inch marking tool, a pair of scissors, and I can get to everything. Sweets, chocolate.
Your little clips would also, because I clip my pegs on the end of my rotary tidy, you could put your little clips along
They
there
would
as
fit
well.
in, or it could be jewellery, or I have my little nighttime routine. This is probably more information than anybody needs, but I have my foot cream, I have my lip balm, and I have my hand cream that I have next to the bed so I remember to use it.
Yeah.
They could go in there too.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Same with morning routine. Tell me what you get, Christine. This is awesome. And thank you so much for
You're
the gift.
welcome, you're welcome.
Gorgeous.
So you get your fabric, which is this lovely tea time fabric.
Oh, it's
so you get over 1/2 metre of that. It's 60 centimetres by 114.
Okay, so, no, but look, hang on, just a minute, Chris. We're getting 60 centimetres.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm going the wrong box. This one's, no, we're doing the right box, but that one's 60, this one's...
40?
40.
About 40.
40.
Right,
Sorry.
Okay, so almost 1/2 metre of fabric. Yep. So this is already £8.49. About £8.49. My whole kit is £11.99.
You get the metal bearing, you're getting all of your die cut pieces, all precision cut for you. You're getting the triangles as well and full step-by-step instructions.
It's incredible. It's incredible value and just such a beautiful gift. I love it with the tea bags. If you're having someone really special to come and stay with you for a week, you've not seen each other for ages, and you want to prepare like a little treat stand next to the bed.
Be lovely.
I mean, so lovely. Just gorgeous, but equally
Or if you're going to a new housewarming present, or you want someone's not well or something. There's so many gifts you could give this for. It's not an over expensive gift, but it's a nice caring gift, isn't it?
Remote control. The remote control and a few bits,
Your glasses again, yeah.
But you can change out your fabric. I mean, you're going to use this, but it could be for your cosmetics. It could be for, all sorts of things, It could be for your teenager, skincare.
Lovely.
But equally, this could also be done, for a man with
your
tools.
leathery fabric. You know that what you had on
the cork.
Yeah, imagine it made.
Could you?
in
Could you
that.
use? Yeah, you could
Of course
use
you
cork.
could. Of course you could. Yeah.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. Anything on a carousel, basically, is just so useful, isn't it? Michael, the director's egging me on to spin it faster.
It
Sorry,
won't break.
Christine.
And it's the bearing is stuck on with your bookbinding glue.
Really?
Yep.
Fab.
Metal bearing stuck on with bookbinding glue.
The stock is flying out. Oh, wow, okay. Now, look, Eric and Helga sold out in a heartbeat. This is going the same way. There's nearly 40 of you with this in your basket. At the moment, I have got 49 kits. Do you think you could do a little demo with this, please?
Please,
Thank you.
yeah.
Christine is the most amazing guest. She has demos for everything, everything. We say, what have you got demos for? And you say...
Everything.
Everything. We love you.
I know you can't finish the whole project sometimes in a demo, but I have it in stages, so you can get the bearings of it, can't you? Right.
Oh, see what you did there.
Right, so you cover each piece the same as you would our normal kits, and that is just place the glue onto your fabric, onto your cardboard. I'll do a little triangle one because they're the most fiddliest ones to see.
Do you mind just wiggling over very slightly?
Yeah, I was just getting my bits. Sorry.
Thank you.
So you get your piece, and I'll do a triangle one because they're more fiddly than the just a square. And we literally put the glue on, scrape it all off.
12 kits left. 12 kits left.
Place that on your fabric. This fabric has got a right and a wrong way, so do bear that in mind when you're covering your pieces.
Oh, fair enough.
And I'm a bit of a... I don't like to see off lines.
Sure, but you've got you can very clearly see the lines from the wrong side.
You can. So
4 kits left.
Oh dear.
Christine, there were 50 about 60 seconds ago. There's 3 kits left.
So cut down the edges, and again, I hate saying this on a sewing show, but you don't have to be exact with your cutting. You can just cut it to eye, really.
That's not a terrible thing to say on a sewing channel.
Because you can tell when people do sewing, and especially in my classes, because everything is cut so precise.
Oh, I mean, quilters will, but dressmakers are a little bit more free. It's the sewing that gives the precision. Oh, we're a very broad church here, Christine.
So we just glue this over, down the edges.
If you would like to send a message in for Christine, if she has inspired you, you know what, often, we all, even those of us who are really passionate about sewing, we lose our sojo and we need a little project to reinvigorate ourselves. And I think your projects are perfect for that, Christine.
I love fabric, so that's where we agree.
Totally.
Right, if you leave the pieces, you know when you've got these fluffy corners, don't worry about that. Or if you've left too much fabric there and you don't want all that bulk, as long as you keep your scissors flat, you can't overcut. Then where we've got these raw edges, we just add the glue and push it over and squeeze it, and that will give us neat piece every time. And on this kit, every piece that's in the kit has 2 pieces. So you have a thick and a thin that we glue back to back.
Just to let you all know, my friends, that kit has sold out. Christine, well done. Another fabulous sellout. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Such a lovely project. Bookbinding glue is on screen. It's the trio, it's an essential. And do you know, I think we can all see, Christine, just how easy it is to use, how little you need to get an amazing finish, and the results as well that you get.
I think that's why the craft is so nice. Because you always have 2 pieces of card, you're always covering up your workings, and the glue does work so well as the agent to glue it together with. It's really.
Are you okay? You can. Well, I know you can, but I'll ask the question. You can bond fabric to fabric.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fabric to wood, fabric to metal.
Felts you can use with it. It sticks so much stuff.
The house needs repointing. No, don't use that. Don't use that. But it is really good stuff.
But then you go to your glue gel.
Now, I'm going to ask the question. Sue's message to say, I know Silvar Designs use Pinflair glue for their kits, but I'm not sure which one it is. Are you allowed to tell us what?
Yes, cool. Yeah, Mark, we work together all the time. He uses bookbinding glue for nearly everything. Again, for his MDF, for his kits, everything, he uses these two products.
Yeah.
Sometimes out of the tube, sometimes out of the tub, but yes, same product.
So there you go, Sue. It's either the bookbinding glue in the tubs, and those details are on screen right now, $12.99 for 3 tubs. And Christine, you were telling me last time you were here, low water content, keep the lid on, but if you do leave the lid off, you can add a little drop of water.
Just, you know how you add food colour into cake mixtures?
Yeah.
A spot at a time. Do the
a dot.
same. Yeah, just till it comes back to... If it's gone to the stage it's a hockey puck, then there's no return.
There's no
but if
return.
it just goes thick, or just as you get down the end of your pot, sometimes it thickens up. And again, or if you're doing a project where you want to use a really thin, you want to do paper mache or something like that, the same glue can be used. Water it down.
Water it right down.
Take a tablespoon out and water
Susan
it down.
sent in a fantastic endorsement and message as well. Thanks for the message, Sue. We'll just pop it back up, please, if you don't mind. I can remember most of it. Susan's lovely Cornwall. Love Christine's projects, always well thought out, and I can't praise Pinflair glue enough. It is simply the best.
Thank you, thank you.
Remember, it's exactly the same stuff in our Glue It Duo. It's simply the method of delivery that's different. Might we just put the details for that, please, Hannah? This is the Glue It. Very, very limited stock on this now, though. We do love our precision application sometimes, don't we? For gluing on braid, for gluing on stones or embellishments. $10.99 for the Duo. And you use such a little bit,
You
don't
do, really, yes, you do.
Love economy.
When you're doing your box, we take the 4 smallest squares that you've got. There's 2 sizes in there, the 4 smallest ones, and we make a box. And to do this, we go in this side, out that side, in, out. So it makes a perfect square.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
And again, this is where you have to be careful that your fabric is up the right way, because I want to put this piece onto the bottom. This is our base. You get 5 of the slightly larger pieces. And the same thing goes for all of our kits. If you buy any of my kits and you want to copy them, that you can, there's no problem. And we have got the grey board on the show today as well for you to...
But you can't sell a pattern,
Not
can
the
you?
patterns,
You can,
no.
you can,
Make the
you
kits
can cut more shapes.
and sell them, the kits you make, but yeah, not the patterns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so you stick that on, that makes our box. That's the main part of the kit. And then you do the same for the sides, is the triangles that I covered first, stuck to one of the larger pieces. And this then will get glued to the front and the side of
It's
the
as
box.
simple as that, and then the whole thing onto the bearing.
4 round, onto the bearing. And to do the bearing, I usually do a cross in the middle, so I know that's the centre of my thing. Bookbinding glue onto the bearing. Again, you don't need loads on there. More glue doesn't mean more stick.
No. Our director, Michael, has a tool shed. I'm just going to say he's got a tool shed. So he just went, you glue it? And he's like, really? It's really that strong?
Yeah.
Really
This one I bring to every show.
Everything.
And mine just is on there all the time.
There you go. Michael, you can get rid of that tool shed. Get yourself
Glue.
3 tubs.
And the glue gel. You need the
And
2. You need the 2 products because it's
Yes.
depending what you're sticking. Yeah. So
Most definitely.
glue that on, and then this will get glued on top of that, and that's it. That's how easy they are to make.
Absolutely wonderful. Oh, Sue's bought herself some bookbinding glue. Perfect. Sheila says, I love crafting, but I'm short on imagination. I think Christine got my ration as well. Well, be inspired by Christine. This is the thing, you know, none of us have to reinvent the wheel because there are clever people like Christine doing it for us. We can get involved. And, you know, if you have lost that impetus to craft, or, you know, you just think, oh, I just want a project that just gets me going again, I think any of these would be wonderful. Now, Christine, we have got a really gorgeous sewing box next. This is so us, right? This is so us. Christine, I'm going to let you do the fabulous reveal. But let's just give Michael a chance. Here we go.
Right, yeah, so the lid comes off and this one folds over like the etui sewing boxes, but it just has so many more compartments.
Can you see that from overhead as well? Look at that. Can you pull it back up again?
Yeah, and I've done this one because we do a bigger one as well. The string makes it so much easier. And then the lid goes on.
Brilliant. And then this little pin cushion, this comes off and then just like a rose opening. Isn't that cool?
And the more things you have in it, they make it heavier and it comes down quicker, obviously, as more you use it.
It is genius. I am agreeing now with Sheila. Christine definitely got the ration. She definitely got the ration. And you're getting a crash, $16.99. What do we get, Christine,
in this one,
the
you're
kit?
getting 2.5 metres of these gorgeous sewing fabrics.
Well, that's your $16.99 already. Christine, honestly, if I had these two fabrics on a fabric show, they would be sold out in seconds. 2.5 metres, then all of this.
Then you're getting all of your kit in here. But it's got something slightly different. We put drinking straws in here for you.
Hello, hello. Are you suggesting we have a little tipple while we're...
We've put these in so that it makes this so it slides open and closes.
Oh, you've got a bit of straw inside
yeah,
there.
so you put your straw inside there.
I'm just going to give you a little warning here. I've got my scoreboard here and I'm watching the figures fall like rain. If you want this sewing kit, you are going to have to be speedy.
That's how we make it open and close. So we even give you the drinking straws.
Okay.
You get the elastic, the ribbons.
Do you mind just showing us one more time?
Yeah.
Just so Michael
This
can...
goes across here.
Gotcha.
Cut those
in between the two halves.
if you might be able to just about see from the side here. There's a little bit, you can just see the drinking
just see
straw.
it.
Yeah, so that makes it so this will pull up and down. Otherwise, if you don't use that and you're trying to get it and the glue goes onto the ribbon or whatever, it wouldn't close easily.
No. Tell me about the inside here.
Yeah, so when you're making each piece, it's covered. We do the outside piece first and the inside the same. That's the outer piece, so it's usually in the thicker card. The smaller ones, we make them into whatever you want them to be. So in the kit, you've got wadding in here as well. So you can make little pin cushions. You pad the top of the kit.
Get all of this included. It's
yeah, all the
amazing
different
value.
die-cut card pieces. The hexagons are in here and everything. The shirting is for the hinges, so anything that keeps opening and closing, we put shirting in.
Oh, this is the reinforcement.
Yeah, so you get that in there as well. And the gum paper is for when you're attaching your lids and things, so it holds it together.
Yes.
Until you glue it.
So well thought
Ribbons
out.
and everything in there as well. And you can make them with elastic pockets, scissor pockets, pin cushions, needles, whatever you want to put in there.
You've got, and to be fair, you have got lots of extra fabric. You are not going to use a full half metre of fabric to do that, surely.
You don't.
So you've got extra if you want to make yourself a little scissor keeper or something to go with. Loads of you already checked out. Half my remaining stocking baskets, more going in as we speak. You're checking out really fast on this one. Well done. $16.99 just about covers the cost of your 2.5 metres. A beautiful quality fabric. Who's this from? Is it Macawa again?
I tend to use Macawa.
Lovely. It's really lovely. And that's your $16.99 just in the fabric. Everything else is just a bonus. That's going to go. Do check out your basket quickly. We're going to go on to something else now, which we all really love, because we love a bit of romance. We love a bit of wonky. You've combined the two in the romantic wonky box. It's not a sentence I thought I'd be saying today. There you are. Just another day at SewingStreet. Tell me about the wonky box.
So I came up with this box. If any of you out there know our Christmas tree kit that we brought this year to you, the one that opens down with all the lovely things. This is the same die, but I decided to. This is when you said about my weird mind.
I did not call it a weird mind, Christine.
I said to Nigel, I'm going to turn that Christmas tree into a wonky box, and he
It's
looked
your
at me.
creativity.
He looked at me as though I'd gone mad. But yeah, so it just makes this lovely box with lots of storage inside, and I love this fabric.
Isn't that cool? Now, do you know what? I think that would make the most beautiful wedding keepsake box.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, after a wedding, you want to keep things like a little bit of dried flour and a little bit of confetti and a
Your
few...
cards and things could go in there, yeah. Yeah, it'd be lovely.
Keepsakes treasures.
Yeah, well, it could be a mortarboard.
But also as well, it might be that you've got like a little, you know, a little dried flower arrangement that you've saved. It could be something really special. And we're going lower. Should be $19.99. We're going lower. $16.99.
Lovely.
We're all amazed at the prices, Christine. We really are. You get everything in there. You just need bookbinding glue.
Yep. So you're getting this beautiful. This is where you get 60 centimetres of the fabric.
Incredible value.
So you're getting this lovely fabric again.
Now
but
hold
again,
this out just so you
if
can
you
see.
wanted to do this in a baby fabric and make it a baby box or a, you know, you don't have to use that fabric for this box. It's just. I did.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. I think as well the choice of fabric really suits the idea of like a keepsake or treasure box, or you know, do people still write love letters? And you know, do you know what I mean? Things like that.
That's the idea I had with the romantic side of it.
Yeah.
But it's a really decent sized box. It could be a sewing box, you know.
Yeah, you could.
Just your normal sewing box. It's, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a really good, useful box.
Yeah, it could be what you keep your current crochet or knitting project or your sewing project just next to you by the sofa.
Yep.
Couldn't you? Everything's, is it die cut?
Yes.
Everything's precision die cut, full instructions as well. You just need bookbinding glue. Can I suggest, Christine, that the big spatulas would be...
For these bigger projects, it makes your job so much easier.
So can we just give details for those? Remember, you get big bear, baby bear, and medium-sized bear as well. The large, medium, and small spatulas. You also get 2 of the regular spatulas as well, $5.99. Be rather useful. We got this next one. Poor Michael, literally we all smelled burning earlier on. Michael's brain was fried by the next project. Set your video to record. There's quite the reveal here, Christine.
Oh.
Is there not?
Well, I liked it when I did it, yeah.
Brilliant.
So you take your lid off, and then this one opens round.
Shut the front door.
And
Look. I was just thinking exactly the same, Michael. It was like, I need a big one for the cats to play on. Isn't that clever? And not $24.99. I thought we might go $19.99. $16.99. Is that right?
And it's got magnets in there as well, so that it holds together as well.
Oh, you'd literally think of everything. now that, again, little sewing requirements. I'm really into bead loom weaving.
Oh, yeah.
Different colours, needles, thread, all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
I also gave it to a friend with sweets in each layer. Different chocolates in each layer.
Oh, I can't complain.
No,
I
you
can't
got tea.
complain. I got tea and I got whisper bites. So I can't complain. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Loads of you putting that in your basket. Look, how clever is that? Oh, can you smell that burning? What was left of Michael's brain is now completely gone.
Again, though, it's really easy. Each tray is made separately, and that makes your shape. You make the outside panel, and then it turns round.
Cool. Oh.
It's just pull. Yeah, just pull. Just you're treating it too gentle.
I'm being too gentle,
Too gentle.
apparently. And then it locks together with the magnets. They hold it together, look, in that triangle. I mean, how clever. It's genius. Half the stock's gone. Half the stock's gone. Sheila, if you're watching, this is another one. Mind blown. Incredible creativity. Yep.
The kit's just...
What do we get in the kit? Let's grab the kit.
So again, you're getting 2 half meters of the fabric.
There's your £16.99 already.
And again, it can be made either way round. It's lovely fabric as well. And then you're getting all your die cut pieces, which are all your different trays. You're getting in here your magnets, your washer, and the lid part and everything is in there.
Fab. And of course, your full instructions as well. Now, Christine, you did say earlier on that you sell the grey board in packs and you have permission, you give permission.
Yeah. So use any of these as templates, cut them out and then make more. Yeah.
And then make more. And you would just need some little flat magnets.
This one you would. You would need a magnet for this one. Oh, you could do a tie though if you wanted.
You could do a little ribbon tie.
A little ribbon tie if you haven't.
We'll show you the extra grey board in a bit. We've still got loads of projects to show you. Now, how many in baskets for this, please? Okay, right. I've got 20 kits left. That's all. 20 kits left. $16.99. I know. I know. 20 kits left. $16.99. It should be $24.99. It absolutely should be $24.99, Christine. $16.99. It's bonkers. Right, talking of bonkers, the next kit, this is the most incredible value. You've already found this. This is the notebook kit. Now, I'm just going to leave that there for a second. I want to show you what you can make. It's these notebooks, okay, and what I'll do, there's your notebook, and your pencil with your elastic, and everything. And the kit makes 10. You get all of your pencils, all of your notebooks, all of your cartonage, excuse me, all of your fabric as well, all cottons, all of that. For 20, no, not for 20, not for $29.99. $22.99. So what is that? £2.29 per book. What's your angel policy? Because I'm thinking craft fair. These absolutely gorgeous. Can we make and sell?
Of course you can. Yeah, any of this.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
You've got magnets. I mean, I just don't even know how you put all of that kit together for $22.99, Christine. It's incredible.
Yes, and you get everything in there. You make your little books just using your bookbinding glue, and you've got everything in there you need to make all of these.
So cool. And look, here are the fabrics that you get. You've got all these different beautiful stars. Substitute your own fabric if you want. You could even do a bit of patchwork with your fabrics before you start.
Oh, that would look nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It'd be fun.
Yeah.
You could do as much or as little as you want to. Just need your tubs of bookbinding glue.
You do, yeah. This one's all glued. All of our projects are glued. But you could. We have got people out there that do our kits and do sew them as well. But
I'm thinking on the front of this. Oh, hang on, there we go. On the front of this, great place to put an applique or an embroidered initial.
Yeah, very nice, wouldn't
they?
Yeah.
Really nice. Or it could be like a sports badge or... Look, I've got 15 kits left and there's nearly 40 of you with it in your baskets. Now, you might well be thinking, as I am, ooh, now that would be a good one to sort of make lots and lots of for that craft sale. So we want to be making templates. We need more grey board. This is your price, £12.99. What do we get?
In this one, you're getting 10 sheets, 10 A4 sheets of the 2mm, which
Yep.
is the one I use them on most boxes for the outsides, and then you're getting 10 sheets of the 1mm.
So I'm just going to show you the thickness. So this is the thicker, the 2mm outer board. So this is really, can you see? And then this is the thinner.
That I usually use for an inside.
To be fair,
Oh yeah, people have made
pretty
boxes
sturdy.
out of just this thickness, but we tend to use the 2 when we're doing our kits.
so 20 sheets total, 10 of these, £12.99. Christine, in terms of the size of these, are there any of the kits that we've seen today that would use card bigger than this?
Not today's project.
So we could literally remake any of the projects today,
Yeah. The biggest piece would be the lid for that one, really.
and that's, yeah, great. Can I ask then a question? If we are at home cutting out our own, we're not going to have the dies to cut these.
No, just a craft knife and a metal edge ruler.
Metal edge ruler, craft knife, not your quilting ruler, please.
No, because you'll cut into it.
Yeah,
Okay.
metal edge, metal edge. Flying out, flying out.
And I may not start with one of the most fanciest shapes,
Sorry.
especially something like notebooks or something like that first of all, than some of the fanciest shapes, just a little bit easier to cut out for you.
Fair enough, thank you. Good. Now, just going to remind you, bookbinding glue, basically everything you've seen today requires bookbinding glue. You get your spatula, it may not be red. I can't do anything about that.
No, they come in 4 different colours and we don't always
What are the options?
red, green, blue and yellow.
Gorgeous. You can't request.
No, sorry.
£12.99 for 3 tubs. 3 tubs. What would you like to show us next, Christine?
Do we want to do any
Oh,
of the
no. We ought to gloss it next.
Oh, right. There's Glossit.
Now, you introduced, I think, Glossit last time we were on together.
We did. And, then I had John the next show and he told me off for launching new products. But we've got another one coming up in a minute.
Oh, really?
Glossit is a glaze. It can go onto paper, it can go onto card, but it goes on fabric. So you can make fabric waterproofed or like coasters and things like that. Or say you had the notepad and you wanted to just make those stars shiny.
Yes.
Put this on there and it would make those shiny.
Yes. Well, I'm thinking if you put like a fabric applique letter A on here, you could then gloss the letter A.
Yeah, no problem at all.
How cool would that look?
It takes a little while. We could do one anyway. We could put it on
Right.
here just to show you.
awesome.
It goes on white, but when it dries, Oops, I didn't wipe my end before I did that. There we are. Then you can just literally go where it wants to go. It goes on raised, so leave it raised up, and then once that's dry, that will flatten and be shiny. But the more you put on,
Whoa.
it will take about, by the end of the show, that'll be dry.
Amazing.
Yeah, so just go round anything. It could be a coaster, it could go over the whole of the coaster, you could do the whole of the front of the book if you wanted with it, and spread it on with your spatula. You could do that as well, but it's because it's got these are the pots we tend to use for all of our products that we have made, because they're easy squeeze, easy to handle. Yeah, and it just ease to work.
Oh, yeah.
So you could write with this and make a glossy A if you, like you said, or... But
Very
don't worry,
cool.
it as it dries, that will dry into that shape.
Yes, yes. Very cool. That's Glossit. I was thinking as well, like if you make dolls or toys, things like that, to make things like the eyes, the lips shiny.
Definitely.
Bring it to life, you know.
Yeah, but
Glossit.
great for coasters on the fabrics, but for paper crafting as well, if you do any paper crafting, just a teardrop on a rose or something like that is shiny then.
A little drop of dew.
Yeah, yeah.
Gorgeous. We're going to do the fairy cards.
Okay.
These are beaded.
Yeah, this is a bit different. I wasn't sure whether to, but I love them. I do love them. And this is another craft that you can do.
Look. Like little hanging, like flower fairies. Look, I'm going to turn these around. See, these are absolutely beautiful.
It makes 3, and you get the cardstock and everything with them. Let's stand up. That's where it's been stuffed in my bag.
Oh.
But you also get the pinner boxes to send them in.
Oh, wow.
So it doesn't damage them when they go in the post.
So you get this, you get 3 of these boxes, so that when you come to send this, you can pop it inside the envelope, oops, like so, and then close the box up. Can I do it? I'll show you fully how it works. Like that. Look, you get 3 of those boxes as well.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, those as well. All the beads and everything.
This would be lovely, actually, to give if somebody was not very well and you wanted to give somebody like a little get-well-soon gift or something like that.
Oh, you've got...
Have I? Where did I get
I didn't see you go on.
No,
I think it went on your hand. Oh, maybe.
Oh, it probably has. It'll be somewhere.
You'll be shiny.
I'll be
I'll put it over the
shining.
way. I'll put it out the way.
We're taking £5 off. Wow. So for just under £5 a card, incredible.
It's a lovely hobby to do. Lovely, sit in the chair, make these up, really fun to do, quite therapeutic. You don't really have to think about it, but you're getting everything in there to make the 3 cards.
It's incredible. Can we dive into
Yeah,
the
of
kit and
course,
have a
please
little
do,
look?
the bottom. So they come to you as 3 little fairies.
Ah, great.
Yeah.
So you've got all your requirements for the 3 different, and so they're all beads.
There's beads in here, there's petals, you get the, we call it rat's tail, but satin cord for the legs and arms, the petals for a skirt. You're getting peel-off stickers if you want to put them round your card, you can, we've left them in there anyway. And you're getting all the different beads.
I love, so these are all little beads.
And it's done
that
on
you string.
wire. Yeah, you get the wire in here as well.
Huh.
It's in the pack there.
Aren't they great?
So nothing, you need nothing to add to this kit at all.
So pretty. They'd also make really lovely little hanging decorations, wouldn't they?
They would, yes, yeah.
Gosh, they're stunning. I love that you get the card blank as well, if you want to turn them into cards. You also get the boxes in order to gift them or post them.
Yeah, they go through the post, yes. You just put a little bit of tape on the end and it will go through the post.
Amazing, look, when it's all made up.
It's like a little gift in a card, isn't it?
It is, it's absolutely gorgeous. Oh, I think if somebody was maybe, not very well, or, just to send a little, I don't know, good luck fairy or something like that.
Yeah. And you could use them off, you could take them off there and use them as magnet or something afterwards as well.
Yeah, they're fab. There's absolutely loads of you with this in your basket. It's $14.99, which makes the cost per project under a £5. Really
well, you can
lovely.
pay that nearly for a parcel box.
Well, of course you can.
Pillar box, yeah.
Of course you can. And when you look at each individual kit, do you know, I would get together with 2 friends and let's make one each. All round the table. What a fun hour or 2. We're going to do the metallic thread pack. Oh, yes. These are absolutely beautiful. There's a massive, massive crash with these. Let me show you what you're getting. You're getting all of these. You're getting all of these. And you're making a massive saving. I'm sorry, I have to sort them into colours. It's just how my brain is wired. I just want to show you, look, all that you're getting in here. It's amazing value. Green, turquoise, blue.
Can I get my sample, what I've made with them?
Of course, of course. All of that. And here's your price crash. You're not paying 21. Oh, stop it. Good gracious. £10 saving. What? What? Look at this one. They're just stunning. Is it stranded?
Yes.
Could you pull them apart and use single?
I'll show you in 1 second.
Lovely. That's amazing. Should be $21.99, and I think we can all see $21.99's worth of value there. But you're saving £10. £10.99. Christine's got in touch to say, I love Christine's Pinflair designs. I have lots. I love the wonky storage, very like a graduation hat and perfect for a graduation gift or keepsakes.
Yeah.
Good idea. That's the wonky romantic box. Liz has a message to say, I'm currently using bookbinder glue to cover polystyrene wig heads with small squares of fabric to match my room. They will be used to display fancy headbands and tiaras. It's the best glue ever.
Thank you.
Ever.
We used it more for card making, but there's nothing to do that we've done it on cross stitch before now. But this is where we've used a single strand.
The threads are going to sell out. Be quick. This is lovely.
This is, on this on card, but
this is gorgeous.
It could be embroidery on, these are our peel-off stickers. This is a sticker that we do, and you pierce them and sew through them. But
this is all thread in here.
But
this is all thread.
This is as near as I get to sewing.
This is sewing. Wow.
But you could do it on Ada or anything like that on cotton.
15 packs of
really
thread left.
Beautiful.
Sorry, I'll just grab that one again. Look,
That
I
one's
mean,
not, that
just
one's
amazing. But also so many different applications.
That's what we used it for, though.
Yeah.
But there's so much more you could use.
Gorgeous. They're going to sell out. They're going to sell out.
Just doing the hangers for some of your Christmas decorations.
Completely. The new glue. John, if you're watching, another launch. Did John really tell you?
Yeah, he did.
Launching something without him. This is stencil glue. We've never had this before.
No, this is a glue that we've always brought it to shopping channels, and it's a glue that goes on the back of a stencil. So if you want to put it onto the wall and you're stenciling, it stops any bleeding under the stencil, or if you're doing it onto a card or anything like that, because it seals round the edges.
So would you use a big spatula on the back of a stencil?
No, I'll show you in a minute
how
much
cool.
you use.
Yep.
It's a tiny amount. So you use the stencil glue for that. So it would be a tacky glue. It would go onto your walls. It goes onto your mats, anything like that. But it stays tacky. And when I was on the show last time, we had a lady email in and asked whether the bookbinding glue would be any good for... I've forgotten it again.
English paper piecing.
Yeah, so I went home and tried it, and it works brilliantly for that as well.
Did you do a little bit of sewing?
I did.
Come on, let's see it.
I hope that my stitches are okay. So, yeah, so...
So proud.
I was. So, yeah, so you could use the glue. You put the glue onto it, and it's stuck to it. So it's a tacky glue now. So this stays... So it's not too... That's been used a couple of times. So, and then I just put it round the edge, and I've sewn it, and
so
it just peels out.
if you got... You've sewn your templates, you've sewn them all together, you've taken your templates out. Actually, this is tacky enough to then reuse without putting more glue on it.
Yeah, I used it a couple of times, yeah.
And look, you can peel
it
off.
off,
And of course, you make glues that are suitable for use with fabric. They're acid-free, they don't damage the fabric.
No, and we had to be careful with that for paper craft.
Well, of course.
Well. So, yeah, so it worked. So we out there if you did need it for that. But if you do stenciling on any of your fabrics or fabric paints and things like that, the stencil glue stops it bleeding under. But when I say you use it sparingly,
show us how
literally you use a pea head amount.
Okay.
So it's going to go a long, long way.
So let me just move everything into shot.
The more you use, it just takes a little bit longer. So it takes a few seconds for this to... There's a new one there. I haven't used.
Right. Now
So
just move you
literally...
over a tiny bit. I'm going to move back here.
Okay,
You come
there.
that's it. Lovely.
So literally, that is all you need.
Okay.
So just put a pea amount on there. I've just got a brush here. It's gone a bit tacky, but you can use it over and over and over again. Just spread that round. I didn't put a lot in the middle because that just in a few moments that will become tacky like those are.
So you would then stick this to the wrong side of your fabric to hold it in place for cutting round.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know you did that. I cut it out first. I didn't know you used your template, but just give that a few more moments. It gets tackier as it dries, you see. And then that went into the middle of my thing. And I've looked on the internet and it said about using your rulers to
done.
your borders. And then I literally just a little bit down each edge, but that's even enough to do the whole thing.
Gonna say.
So you don't need a lot of it. Just spread that round. You could use your finger if you wanted. Just leave it a few moments though, because it does take that few seconds for the air to get to it to make it tacky.
But actually, you could do a load of these, chuck them all in a bag, and then when you've got a few minutes, then stick your edges down, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Because this stays tacky. I mean, this one's been used to, but look, it's still sticky, tacky.
Yeah.
Have you got a shape? I'm just going to show you here as well. So I've got I've got the back to stick it down. And then we can literally. This is still tacky enough. And this has already been used once, twice.
Might have been twice.
That's it, we're done. You have just revolutionised the world of, say it with me, English paper piecing.
English paper piecing.
There it is, there it is. Brilliant.
And then, so that's the
brilliant.
glue I would use. So from that lady
Amazing.
asking me that question made me go and try it.
Amazing.
But if you have, any of you out there have got the Brothers Gannon cut machine, this is the only glue on the market that has been endorsed by Brother to use on their mats.
To re-sticky the mat.
Yes.
That is huge. I know lots of you have got Brother Scan and Cut. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
When you do it, there's loads of videos out there that that different people have made for us with using our glue to show you where to place it, because you mustn't go near your rollers. But there's lots of YouTube videos out there for that.
I am super impressed with that. The fact that you glue your template and then they stay sticky, do your stitching, take them out, then use them again. You don't need more glue. Your template stays sticky.
This one will be ready now.
Have you sort of pushed it to its absolute limit to see how many times?
No.
No. But I'm sure you will try and see just how many uses you can get out of each template before you need to add sticky again. But you saw how easy it is to take your templates out.
Yeah, so.
We've got one more glue to show you, which is the gel glue.
Yes, yeah.
I haven't seen this before.
Oh, right. I didn't bring with me my tin. I usually have a tin with everything stuck to it. This is...
Oh, no, I have seen
yeah,
this.
You have, yeah. This is our glue that sticks absolutely all the gems, the stones, things to bags. This inside the house, outside the house, this men's shoes, this glass, plastic, wood, metal. You can stick everything with this glue.
Amazing.
But it's great for 3D work if you're doing decoupage and things like that for our paper crafting side, but also for, my sister uses it for putting gems on wedding dresses and things like that. So it's really good for anything.
Because this is like a thick gel and it keeps its height. Is that a way?
Yeah, so we sell it to you in the pack of with the 2 tubes, 2 syringes and a key. We just pull the plunger out. We send them to you like that. Just it makes we don't lose the caps. Undo your glue. It's got a little seal when you first get it, which is worth seeing this because it's quite important.
There's some space just here to
about
do that
when
for
you
me.
put it away.
Perfect, thanks.
In your kit, you've got your key.
Oh, I feel like we're vaccinating the sheep. Worming the sheep.
Oh.
Here we go. Oh,
And
they're
then-
ever so good.
And it's just 2 turns. 1, 2. You don't want to overfill your syringe. One, it's better to use it up each time. Also, you've got to put the plunger back in. When you're putting your glue away, squeeze it till you get that nice dome of glue. Keep squeezing it. I haven't let go. Pop your cap back on. Keep squeezing until that cap's back on. That's got no air in there, so it won't seal the top. And you do the same with your syringe. So it's ready to use, and then when you're putting the cap on, push some out, and then put the little yellow cap on.
That's what I've been doing wrong all these years, isn't it?
The air goes in, because if you let go of that, if you've done your glue and filled it up, and you've pushed your, and you let go, what happens is it's sucking all that air
Got a space for air.
Yeah, so
course it
keep
does.
squeezing. Should you do that with your toothpaste and everything? Really?
Yeah.
And then just tighten it up.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's the gel. You get 2 of the tubes of glue, gel.
Unused.
2 syringes and your corned beef canteen.
And
Super
instructions
sized.
on how to fill it. But you can save it for afterwards for your puree, toothpaste, pet puree.
Apparently, King Charles, I read this many, many years ago, is absolutely like with toothpaste, having to use every last scrap. He does not waste a spot of toothpaste. Apparently. I think that's a really interesting thing.
Well, I agree with him.
We don't want to waste anything. Why would we?
I agree with him there.
Yeah.
Just tell my husband, because he leaves it, the lid off the toothpaste and the mess in there.
Oh, Christy.
I know, I haven't trained him. I haven't trained him well.
Husbands. Can we do a demo, please?
Yes, which would you like?
What would you like? Wonky box, please.
Wonky box.
A wonky box. The romantic wonky box. Gorgeous keepsake box. You get 60 centimetres of fabric. You don't have to use it for the box, but it looks amazing, and it is a lovely it's got a lovely keepsake theme to it. You've got your lid. I mean, look, the lid, the construction, is ever so clever. Does look like a mortarboard, doesn't it? Graduation mortarboard. Well, teachers used to wear them. And robes. Yeah. And there's your box. I think it's really cool. Full instructions, all your fabric, all of the Christmas. All the sweeties. Pop that on the table.
Nice Christmas fabrics would look lovely.
Yeah. When the lid goes on, that's it, you've had enough. Right, Christine.
So when you get your fabric, you get your pieces, lay them out, and don't worry about the holes. This is where I said I used the dye that I used for my Christmas tree. So the hole, you can't see the holes in it, and you're going to put the inside in it anyway. But so you glue these down, and with it, we tell you to leave a 2mm gap between each piece. And the best way of getting a 2mm gap is use one of your pieces of card. That is the perfect gap for your 2mm gap in between. So we just go along doing all of those pieces, and then we just glue this round into the shape. So we just literally put the glue on this edge.
This is really clever. I love your clever repurposing of the Christmas tree shape.
Well, the dyes are really, really expensive for the big clicker press. So if we can get more uses out of them, it does. Just whatever I have my mad moments and think, can we make that out of?
Yeah, definitely.
So just hold this for a second.
It's very quick drying as well, the glue, isn't it?
Yeah, it does take just a few. Never quick enough when you're demonstrating on TV, though. Right, so that gives me my shape. So that is your wonky box shape. There, so we just pull that round a little bit because it's been squashed in my box. So you do two of those exactly the same, but this one's slightly smaller because it's on the thin card.
2mm for the outside, 1mm for the inside.
And then you take it and pull it to a funny shape, and then we pop that inside. And it automatically fits exactly to where that was.
So clever.
I would put a little bit of glue on that and pop it in, but as you're putting it in, make sure you pull it out of shape to get it in so you don't get glue on the right side of your fabric. That gives you your shape of your box. We cover the base the same as we would on any of them. That's just two pieces stuck together. And then we glue this onto the box using we've got a 1 centimetre, I would say, or overlap around the whole of the box. And then we make the lid. I just picked up the wrong piece there, but the bigger one is the box. To make your lid, so that's the box made, that's the main part of the box made. The lid is in different sections. Again, we've made a little hole in the middle of the biggest piece, the smallest piece of the lid, and just made a loop and put that through the hole I've made, and I've separated it at the back. So when I come to stick this on top of my lid, you won't see where we've glued the tab in. And then to do the outside of to hold it on, we've got 4 of these, which are covered individually and glued together. And again, this time we've left a 4mm gap. So use 2 pieces of card to get your perfect gap. Glue the edges over, and these go we tell you to measure in 1 inch from the edge, glue those round, and you make these little tiny ones that glue in between.
Ah, yes, I saw those. I'm just going to grab the lid. Look,
We needed that to get it to fit on the box.
Yes. It's cleverly done. Can you see? But everything's
And that's
so
how
neat
easy.
and
That's how
tidy.
easy it is to make.
It's lovely. It's all ever so clever, isn't it? It really is. Gorgeous keepsake box. Love that. Lots and lots of those in baskets too. Don't forget, get your bookbinding glue trio. Now, talking of keepsakes, these are a lovely little keepsake, aren't they? Kits to make all three, the purple, the red and the ivory flower fairies. The petal fairies, $14.99, and you get all of your beads, all of your rat tail, which is that sort of cord. You get your wings, you get your pearl heads, you get your petals. You also get your card blanks. You get your boxes. Amazing, so that you can send them or keep them as well. Would make lovely hanging decorations too, I think, Christine.
I noticed when you're just walking back, she hasn't got her wings on.
Oh.
That must have been my demo. My half-made demo there, sorry. You get wings for all of your fairies.
Christine's message to say, I just love Pinflair products. I had to get the sparkly braids. I'm going to use them on the Christmas crackers. Also, I topped up with all the glues.
Thank you.
Did you get the new stencil glue? That's a temporary adhesive, isn't it?
Yes.
Stays sticky. Brilliant for English paper piecing. Half the stock of that glue has gone, and remember, you get 2 tubes for $10.99.
Another good use for it, which is nothing to do with sewing or our class here, if you've got grandchildren and they bring you all those lovely artworks that we get given, and you have to hang them on the wall, just a dot of this on the back, it goes on the wall, doesn't cause any damage to the walls, but you can change it when they come back next week and bring you another picture.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Yeah, I was thinking as well, where perhaps you don't have a design wall and you want to be able to put some fabric up, little dot, bit of sticky.
A lot of my ideas are stuck to the wall that way. Yeah. That's how I...
It's almost like making your own post-it notes as well, isn't it? Very, very clever indeed. Gosh, it's been a very, very busy hour and a half. Christine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've inspired everybody and showed us that actually you can really enjoy fabric craft and bead craft without sewing a stitch. It is all good. It is all good. Thank you so much.
But I will try.
Oh, more EPP.
I will.
Thanks, Christine.
Thank you.
Right, we are going to go to a little break. Use that time to check out your baskets. Don't leave things sitting there. After the break, we're doing the Tessuti trousers with Adam Brooks. Really fab. We've got some gorgeous fabrics as well. Some really inspiring versions as well, made by real sewers and different versions. You can see what a gorgeous, flattering trouser that is, and lovely in different fabrics. Really like that green check. Gorgeous. Right, see you after the break.
Interfacing adds stability to parts of your garment, such as your collars, cuffs and plackets. Use a lightweight interfacing, such as H180. Anything heavier is going to make your garment feel really stiff. This is how to attach your interfacing to your fabric. One side of your interfacing is slightly rough. That's an adhesive coating, so that goes down onto the wrong side of your fabric. You want to dry iron, nice and hot, and on the fabric side you're going to really press, as you can see, nice and slowly, so that the interfacing sticks to your fabric piece. That's now attached on, ready to sew.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet. If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
It's our final hour, but we've got a fantastic hour for you. I'm joined by Adam Brooks, absolute masterclass in dressmaking, as always. Adam, welcome back.
It's great to be back, thank you.
We have got a fantastic pattern for you. They're the Alba pants, trousers from Tessuti, sizes 6 to 22. This is not quite a full-length trouser. It's kind of cropped, I suppose you would say. These are really lovely. Let me just show you some of the makers. These are absolutely beautiful. So really beautiful. That's kind of blue denim maybe. I love that check. Yeah, we'll go nice and slowly. Really lovely in the check. Maybe a fine needle cord, beautiful. Patterned, maybe drill, something like that.
Oh, they're nice.
Aren't they? Yeah. Aren't they? Looks great in denim, linen. The green, just yummy. Those are really cool. I just think everybody looks fantastic. And yeah, in the lovely blue, that's maybe a cotton linen mix looks maybe. And the red, maybe a red cotton canvas. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, very inspiring. I think this is a really flattering trouser pattern, isn't it? They're a really nice width, they're a really lovely length. $19.25 is your price. I'm going to dive in. It's always good. They open up like a gift. Love that. Here we go. And inside, fabulous quality, large, proper cartridge paper. Okay, all your different sizes. This is a proper, look at all of the instruction that you get. I mean, just so fulsome, every single step. This is like a workshop on how to make a pair of trousers, Adam.
It really is. And the techniques that are used in it give a lovely, lovely finish on them. Techniques that you don't necessarily have in everyday, like basic sewing patterns. It's lovely and elevated.
Yes, yes. But a chance to really, well, like I say, a workshop on building skills.
Absolutely, for these, yeah.
And once you've made them once, of course, and you have learned those skills and you've practiced those skills, you know, a really lovely, usable pattern for trousers is worth its weight in gold, isn't it?
Yeah, and this pattern particularly, I think, are really lovely with the leg being nice and wide. Although they're shorter, we've said they're more cut, you could lengthen them. Again, there's length and shorten lines on the pattern, which is brilliant. The way the pockets go together is beautiful. I love the clean look on the front. So it's a flat front, but then you've got that elasticated waist at the back.
Oh, do you mind just turning them?
Yeah, let's have a look at them so you can see that. Yeah,
that's really nice.
Yeah,
comfy.
Yeah, there's a patch pocket for the back if you want to put it on. I opted not to. Mainly because I forgot.
Cute.
I'll be honest. It looks quite nice, though, just being clean. But if you want patch pockets on, there's a pattern piece in there for them.
I agree. Do you know, can we just go back to those pictures of other makers who've made the trouser? Because, do you know what? I noticed how neat and elegant the front of the trousers looks on every one of the makers. And I don't know, I didn't quite understand why they looked lovely and clean and just smart on every single one. But it is that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got that really kind of clean finish across the front.
Yeah, there's a lovely facing on the inside. And then even, it's so well thought out, because I've used a heavier denim on these, there's a pocket lining option that you can go with rather than using the self. There's pieces in it for everything.
Yes.
I'll explain about that when we get to it.
So if you were using perhaps a lighter weight fabric, you could do the lining of the pocket in that.
Yes, but because I've gone heavyweight denim, I just use the cotton for the pocket bags.
Or if you're using needle cord or something, you'd use a cotton for a lining there.
Yes, absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. As I say, the whole pattern is set out like a workshop on making trousers. You're learning elevated techniques. This is something to take your time over, not run a pair of trousers out in an afternoon, right?
No, exactly that. They're not an afternoon make, no, for sure. It's one really finessing everything.
But that's the point. That's the point. Do you know, Adam, I think back, you know, my first dressmaking pattern I ever bought and tried to use was about 1994, and it was one of the big four.
Yeah.
You know, barely a diagram, certainly no photographs. And is it any wonder that it kind of put me off for years?
Absolutely.
I
was the same, one of the big four, and I went straight in, nosedive, because that's what I do. I wanted to make a dress. And understitching was an instruction on there, but it didn't tell you what that was, how to do it.
No.
It just assumed that you knew.
Yeah.
So I had to research and find out. But This tells you. And the great thing I found as well is the bits that you maybe find or think are challenging, because it has got a fly zip. There is a video that they've done on those sections.
Yes.
So the fly zip is covered, and how to do the waistband and the pockets. I think from steps 1 to 20 are covered in a video.
It's brilliant. But equally, Adam, I mean, there is a photograph for every single step.
Absolutely. In colour as well, which is nice.
Yeah, I think it's a terrific pattern. You know, 1925, you know, it's a premium pattern, but I think it's very, very evident the kind of instruction you're getting. If you wanted to go on a workshop to learn how to make a pair of trousers, first off, whatever the pair of trousers, you wouldn't make them in a day. So
No.
you wouldn't learn all the skills. So it might be a weekend. You pay hundreds of pounds to go on a weekend workshop to learn how to make a pair of trousers.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a tutor. But this is like having that tutor with you, and you could spend 2 weeks learning all the skills.
Absolutely. I think it's well worth having. It's a really nice pattern. You know, when something just goes together really nicely, yeah, you have to spend a little bit longer over certain bits, but it's worth the finished result.
Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Sewing Bee has done much to encourage dressmaking, but it's also given people the impression that you can and in fact should be making a garment in 4 hours, and that is nonsense. It should take you as long as it takes you, right?
I have PTSD from it now, I think.
Yeah.
If I get to a point where I need to get something done, and then after a certain amount of time, I have to remind myself, Adam, just... Nobody's timing you. I don't know how they did it on that knitting one, on the wool one. Did you watch any of that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. I'm not. I knit. You knit, don't you?
Yeah.
I couldn't be going like that at the clappers.
The strain.
Yeah.
The repetitive strain that you'd get from. I know.
Anyway,
take your time. No one is timing you. That was the most best advice you've given all day. No one is timing you. Right, keep going through for your pattern for the Alba pants or trousers. We have got some really, really lovely bundles of fabric for these. Well, do you know, I'm really, really drawn to this. Is this a drill or is this is it a denim jacket? This is gorgeous.
That's lovely, yeah.
Wow. I just think this is beautiful. Really beautiful. This is a denim jacquard in sand. When do we have sand-coloured denim? This is lush. This is summer, isn't it?
It's really nice.
And the price, £19.95 for 2.5 metres. Adam, I need you. Come here. Just grab. This is, hang on, grab that one there.
Yeah.
Because I want to show you what you're getting and the fabulous colour. I mean, isn't that gorgeous? That is absolutely so warm. White sandals, maybe, or tan sandals, or black. This is a brand new fabric for us.
Yeah.
Isn't it yummy?
It is. I just love the twill weave in it that you get with the denim.
Yeah, and because as well, it's woven in a chambray style. So warp is white, weft is this really dark gold colour. So the blend of the two, you know, just luscious, absolutely luscious. This would also be really good for things like if you wanted to make like some cushions for your garden, brand new cushions for your garden furniture. This would work really well too, because it's a nice sort of, it's got a little bit of weight to it, a little bit of robustness, great for the trousers. You're going to use your cotton pocket linings with a fabric like this.
Yes, absolutely.
But you've got that lovely clean front on the trouser, no bulk around the waist. I think that is smashing. So that's one. Now, I've also got that same fabric, that denim jacquard in black. But of course, because you've got the white warp and the black weft, you've got this kind of charcoal. Isn't it? It's soft. It looks kind of grayer on the website, but you can see here it probably is strobing a tiny bit. Can you see though? It's just, I love it. And again, the price is phenomenally good. The trousers are going to look absolutely gorgeous in this, aren't they? And if you're a stasher, which we all are,
Oh, yes.
2.5 metres, that's going to be enough to make yourself maybe like a denim jacket style as well. Shacket as well would be gorgeous.
It would be so suited to that, yeah. Absolutely.
But also maybe something like a pinafore dress would be lovely.
Yeah.
Would 2.5 metres be enough?
What, for a pinafore dress? Yeah,
Depending on your size.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably need about 3.
We've got it by the ½ metre, okay? Problem solved, problem solved. We've got it by the ½ metre. We'll give you the details by the half. The sand is available by the ½ metre too. Oh, look at that, £3.99 for a ½ metre. We won't do all the ½ metres now, just to let you know that they are all available. But yeah, if you wanted to make a pinafore dress, pair of dungarees, now they would work round the farm. That's your black or charcoal. And then I have got, now this is blue. Oh, this is yummy, yummy. This, well, look, it's more or less, isn't it? It's more or less the same colour as my shirt.
I love that colour blue.
I do.
You like the same colour palettes that I do.
Yes. I would call this a cornflower blue. Or like a Delft blue, a China blue.
Yeah.
And it does, again, it brightens your complexion, I think, fabric. It's the white in it.
Yeah.
It kind of illuminates. Gorgeous, isn't it? But equally, bag makers out there, my Bindle bag, my Bloomsbury bag, actually, the trio of bags, volume 3 that we launched this morning, the rucksack, the quick trip, the jaunt, any of those made out of this with cork. Yummy.
I think that would be a lovely combination
You
with
like making
cork.
bags?
I do, yeah. I don't make enough, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're more a dressmaker, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like making bags. I like quilting.
You're right there.
Yeah, I'm just tucking
A little
myself in.
rearrange.
Yeah. I need to get your book.
I can't disagree with that. That is available by the ½ metre, of course, as well. Have a look on the website. And I've got more fabrics, more fabrics. Now this is like a sort of linen feel, isn't it? Should we do this gorgeous kind of ivory? These have got a washed linen handle to them. Oh, Adam, come and have a little.
Which one's this one?
Because you're working with the brown, aren't you? Oh,
Yeah,
that's nice.
it is.
That's lovely.
It's really gorgeous to work for and wears really well. It's
What's the composition of this one? 70% rame. Oh, okay, right, okay. So, yeah, 30% cotton. So rame is like linen. It's a plant fibre. It's like I think it's almost like a banana leaf, isn't it? Is it? Nettles. Yes, it is. It's from nettles. That's right. So very much like linen is from the stems of the flax plant. And this is from a type of nettle. Yeah, it's used a lot like Philippines. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. 30% cotton as well. Yeah, that is gorgeous. And again, a really, really great price. Actually, it's more affordable option than linen. If this was linen, I'm sure that's going to be about £45, surely, for 2.5 metres. But it's got the qualities of linen and the beautiful colour, such a wearable summery colour. Right, you are going to be working with this brown version, same fabric, so it's that rame and cotton mix. It's a lovely colour. I'm really into this colour of brown right now for summer. Yeah, maybe a mocha or a walnut. Yeah. I like mocha, Michael. I would call this mocha. I would call this mocha. Or mocha. No, I wouldn't call it that. Again, £29.99. That's for the 2.5 metre piece. Will that make the size 22?
yeah, should do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Now, I've got a grey, but this, I think, isn't this the French linen? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ignore the grey. Oh, I see. Okay, we'll keep going with bundles. That one's just available by the half metre. We'll do that later. Okay, oh, now these are lovely. So I've got a couple of striped denims. Let's do the darker first of all. So I'm just going to open this out. Oh, this is really nice. Yeah. Do you know, I've literally, the day before yesterday, I bought myself a little kind of quite French-looking navy and white striped T-shirt.
Love that.
Love that. Love that. Little shacket. You know, little red pumps.
Yeah. I love a popper red with a navy and white.
You can't... White linen shirt, those trousers, little red shoes. Gorgeous. Yes. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Where are we going for lunch? Really lovely, aren't they? They're just kind of chic. If you don't wear jeans because you think they are too casual and you don't want that look, and my mum would never wear a pair of jeans. That was just her. But this, I think, it's still a denim, but I don't know. There's something of the kind of, I don't know, a little French beret. It's giving a little bit of sophistication.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't you think? Yeah. It's lovely. But equally, is this available by the half metre? Because again, I'm thinking dungarees would be cute.
They would be,
Wouldn't they?
In that, yeah.
Super cute. Oh, that has sold out by the half metre. You're getting 2.5 metres. If you are a smaller size and more petite, 2.5 metres could well do you.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to commit 100% because without seeing a pattern and whatnot, it's hard to tell.
My sister was 4'9". She could make, and a size 2. She could make herself a pair of dungarees out of that. Right. This is the light blue. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I want that one.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah. It's just beautiful. And again, it's got that lovely kind of brightness to it that is just going to brighten you up, I think, you know? You put some clothes on, like whenever I put this shirt on, it just makes me feel brighter.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Is it amazing what clothes can do?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That sounds like a really silly statement, but the way you feel, like clothes can really impact that. I know if I put a suit jacket on or, you know, something smart on, instantly you feel like you're ready.
You stand a bit taller.
Yeah.
You just feel a little brighter. Liz has messaged to say, I'm a stasher.
Yeah.
And although my stash is stable, that means stash acquired beyond life expectation. You never know. I can't resist beautiful fabric. Yeah, well, you're in good company. Maureen is saying about the pattern. This pattern booklet is ideal. I'm a visual learner. And I think what's really become evident over the last few years is actually the majority of people really respond better to pictures in instructions.
Absolutely. And if it's got a video with it, that's an absolute bonus. And the fact that this one does.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, if I get sent like this one, a pattern that I've never seen their version of it before, I go on and look at the video.
For sure.
Because it's part of my research coming on here. And also, I need to see how they're expecting it to be put together as well.
100%, 100%. We will give you the details for that pattern. It is the Alba, a sort of, I think we would call this a cropped trouser, wouldn't we? But it's not really cropped. And there are lengthening lines, which means if you want to do a full length, you can. Hello, says Anne. Hello, Anne. Could I ask, what is the width at the bottom of the Alba trousers showing live at the moment? Anne, live, we will measure it for you.
26 inches, or if you want it in New money.
That's full circumference.
Yeah, about 66 centimetres.
66 centimetres or
26 inches.
26 inches, thank you. That's the full circumference. Amazing, thank you. I think it's very flattering, actually. And Michael, if you wouldn't mind showing the pictures of the other makes, I think every one of these makers, everyone styled it differently. Everyone looks terrific. Actually, I think you can tell that every single one of those makers feels confident, feels great about what they've made. They're happy with what they've made, and they know they look good. They feel great in them. And, you know, very different versions. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. I've got one bundle left, and it's a lovely light shirting weight denim, like a mid-blue. Again, this is going to be a lightweight summer trouser.
Yeah.
Comfortable. I mean, this is really soft. Have a little feel of that as well. It's really soft. Adam, I always appreciate your opinion on, isn't that?
Yeah.
Buttery.
That's not the same that I was using this morning, is it?
I've got a feeling it might be.
Yeah. It does feel softer though, that one, for some reason.
Maybe a different manufacturer. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
$25.99. So yeah, you could use some of these fabrics for the freedom dress.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that we had earlier on.
Well, I wouldn't say the heavy denims because of the gathers.
No. Would the linens be okay?
The linen, I'd say, just be aware that it's going to be more of a structured gather. I think it would work with the linens. The finer linen that you've got would be nice.
Fair enough, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any of this sand denim chambray? Love that. Do you know as well, something like a beanbag in this?
Yeah.
Because we're not all dressmakers. I appreciate that. I think that would be really lovely. Take out in the garden. I'm all about the garden at the moment, Adam.
I want to get the cushions out for our outdoor furniture. Totally. It's time of year now, isn't it? Enjoy it.
For weeks. In and out, in and out. I said to Charlie the other night, I think we should take everything in, Charlie, even though it had been hot for days. I said, oh, it's dark now. And I was like, come on, we need to put them away. Literally 10 minutes later, whoosh. It was like somebody had turned the shower on.
Wow, you knew.
I knew, Adam, I knew. At $19.95 for 2.5 meters of this gorgeous sand denim. I just think that is a beautiful, beautiful colour. Okay, shall we go to demo? Please.
Let's do something, yeah, no, it would be great. So, like we've said, it's nicely explained throughout. I'm going to have a little look at the pocket bags with us this morning because I wanted to explain the cotton option that we've got. If I just pull these down here so that you can see inside the trouser, undo the button there. So you've got your fly zip. Now inside, you'll see I've done it in a printed cotton. So that's the pocket bag, but there's a piece for the pocket that means that you don't have that showing on the waistband part. If I can get right in, you'll see it actually sews directly on top of the cotton piece.
Understood, yeah.
So it's and you find that a lot on your jeans. I bet you if you have a look on your commercial stuff. And if I was to say that a lot of the techniques in this feel a little bit more commercial,
professional.
Yeah, that would be the right word. Then you'd know what I mean. So on these denims, I would opt to do that. to make your pocket bags out of a lining fabric that's thinner, so a cotton would be great. You could do it out of calico if you wanted to. Or
The linen handle, would you use the cotton option for that? Or
you could do, but to be honest with that, I think you'd get away with not doing.
Okay.
I think you just go as I'm going to demonstrate it today, but I just wanted to show you that. And look, you've got that lovely elastic with the stitching running around the middle. You know how we were talking this morning about top stitching?
Yes.
Perfect opportunity to top stitch.
Yes.
Things with these ones, these trousers.
I'd like menswear that had a bit more elastic round the waist.
But yeah, I mean, I'd probably, if I was doing out the linen, I would probably not top stitch as much. But in the denim, definitely.
Oh, for sure.
Go for it.
No, you know what I mean? When you want a pair of what I call carvery trousers.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm like buffet trousers? Yeah.
So I'm going to start by just pressing a little bit of this pocket bag under by, I can't remember what it's actually by. I think it's 1/4 inch, it is. That's one thing I will say with this pattern, is it flirts with seam allowances.
Okay, okay.
It's important to keep checking as you go through, because it does state them what your seam allowance is.
So when you say it flirts with seam allowances, what do you mean?
So there's some instances where it's 1/4 inch. And the reason it's that low is to avoid having to trim back.
Yes.
And trim out the bulk.
Yes.
So for places, I think like the waistband is definitely, some places it's 1/2 inch, some places, very few places, it's 3/8. And it is done in imperial measurements as well.
Would it be fair to say, though, Adam, that's kind of what they do in commercial clothing production?
It is.
Well, the seam allowance changes depending where on the garment.
Exactly. Exactly.
So you are learning pro tips here.
It is professional, and it's on a neckline in industry. You would be using 5 mil or 1/4 inch, because they're not going to sit there and grade and cut the neckline back. No. That's the reason for it. So yeah, it's just make sure you pay attention as you're looking through your pattern, and always good to get a cuppa and do that. Now, this is the pocket part. Again, another thing I love about it is, you see, we might just have that bit on some trousers for the pocket bag. This is forming part of the waistband at the top, so you can see that I've got that pocket shape there. But do you see how this extends? It extends in, so it secures the pocket nicely on the front, so it lays. We're going to stitch down here, but I just wanted to show you with the pattern piece what you would do if I was making the denim version. So if we were to imagine these were in the denim, or the trousers were going to be in the denim, I'd cut these 2 pieces from the cotton that I was going to use, and then I'd cut this piece out of the denim, and then when I lay that pattern piece on top and stitch that down there, that's your denim bit now, and that's going to show, so it looks continuous and full as the garment.
Yes.
And I just love that they've done that. They could not have bothered. It's an extra stage. They've put the instructions in, they've supplied the pattern piece.
Yeah.
But for the linen ones, I don't think you need to do it. So what I'm going to do, I've just pressed that under a 1/4 inch, and I'm just going to lay this now on top here, and I'm just going to stitch down. There's some notches for you to match up. Make sure you do mark those notches at the top and at the side. I'm just going to stitch directly on top, right on the edge of these. And I'm going to do it on both pocket bags. And you remember how we were saying this morning to do things symmetrically? Everything is pretty much done in 2s, isn't it, when we're making garments? So
you've made a really good point there as well, to do them at the same time. So that you can lay them down side by side, and you know that you've made a right and a left rather than 2 rights or 2 lefts, which I have done.
Oh, it's so easy to do. It's, you know, we've all done it. And I just like to have a nice clean surface. What I do is I do all my cutting out and then I have a tidy up and a cup of tea.
Lovely.
Right.
Lovely.
I think
Pace
it's,
yourself.
yeah, and then
I
come
bet you didn't
back
do
to
that
it.
on the sewing bee.
Oh no, not a chance.
Yeah, I got in terrible bother on the sewing bee for tidying up.
You did?
Yeah, I did. Because I would, like, you know, we all do the same, well, pretty much. We work in quite a lot of mess. We're just kind of throwing things down as we go, especially when you're working under pressure. But I'm pretty good at keeping to a time. So I finished everything there in the time. And I would finish 5 minutes before the end, get my garment on the mannequin, and then in the last 5 minutes, I would tidy my desk. And that is my normal process in my studio.
Oh,
at home.
yeah.
They didn't want that. They'd come, no, we want it to look messy. So they would get stuff out the bin and throw it on the table. And I cleared it all off again. And I was like, no, I've finished. I've tidied up. I know people don't need to know that everybody...
You know why, don't you, as well, for continuity? Because
so.
they swap and change. So the order that people see it in at home isn't the order it's filmed in.
No.
Because sometimes they'll want to up the ante and put a more stressful bit that maybe got filmed earlier towards the end, so it looks like it's all going to...
Adam, if you had your time over again...
Would I do it?
Would you still do the sewing bee?
Yeah, It's done a lot for me. It really pushed me. It challenged me. It challenged me to sew different things I wouldn't usually sew.
Yep.
And also, it led to things, one of them being on here.
Yes.
So, you know, I don't regret it at all. Would I do it again? No.
No, I wouldn't go back.
There's some people I know that said that they'd do it again in a heartbeat, and I'm like, really? It's just a lot. It's...
You know, like on Drag Race, they have all-stars and things like that.
Yeah.
People have suggested, they could do a sort of best of the best kind of thing and get people back. But I think that would be a lot of pressure.
Oh, it would be, absolutely.
You certainly wouldn't ask me on that show.
Oh, gosh, yeah, it would be a lot of pressure.
So this stitching that you're doing now, will we ever see this stitching again?
No.
Okay, so we don't have to, if we wobble a little bit, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's inside the garment.
It's inside, yeah. I suppose because we've got this extension on, you see, usually you'd probably just have a seam there.
Yeah.
But the reason it extends across the waistband, and it just helps secure the pocket a bit more.
Well, it's the kind of thing you would expect in an expensive pair of trousers.
It is, yeah. So you sew those on there. Then I need to get my trouser front. So look, there you go. You've got your short on or length from lines through here. So if you're not a fan of where they sit, or where they're designed to sit, we wanted to make them longer, just slash through that, put how much you want extra in between those two lines, a bit of paper, redraw your lines in, and then you're good to go.
Same thing if you are taller.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could add in, or if you wanted them shorter, then just take away and overlap the pattern pieces. I'm not doing that very well, am I? But you get the idea here, look. And then you'd overlap them. You just need to grade the line back in. See how we get a little bit of a step?
Yes.
There. So that's that. Oh, you've got the QR code on there as well. Great. For the... I must say, it's not a full video. It doesn't take you through every single step of the whole pattern, but I don't think they need to because of this. But it takes you from steps 1 to 20.
Great. Well, as Maureen said, if you're a visual learner, and I think most of us respond well to pictures and videos as well, you've got all the steps set out, haven't you? You're not having to scratch your head and do research and what do they mean?
Exactly that, isn't it? Right, so now what we need to do is take this pocket bag, and I just need to have a look at my instructions, actually, to make sure I get it right. We go right side to right side on these, which is a little bit hard to see. It was easier when I'd done the patterned fabric. That's a good tip, actually.
Oh, well, is the pattern bag on the bottom and then the trouser front on top?
Say that again.
I'm just wondering if you would have like that down first and then put that on top of that.
Yeah, so it does, but we need to, the step we're going to do first is we're going to stitch this, because this is a lining.
Yeah.
Pocket bag lining. So we're going to stitch and understitch this, and then it'll turn.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we've got it here. Look, so we're joining the pocket bags. Yeah. So
Refer to instructions.
Refer to your instructions, exactly. You just want to make sure that you've got your pocket bags then the right way round here. Again, you can see because it's quite visual. So we're going to put that here. And a little tip as well, if you are unsure, I always just pin things in place and then just simulate it, if that makes sense.
Yep. Kind of.
I'll show you in a second.
Turn it back and have a look.
And just have a little check. So once that's pinned in place, that's going to come back here. Yeah, I can see already it's going to work. It's a bit difficult to see it with the pins, but then I'll have my curved bit there, and then, yeah.
Good.
That's right. It's good just to do a bit of a sanity check.
Yeah, for sure. Well, again, this is how so many mistakes are made on Sewing Bee, because people don't have time to check, and they're going so fast.
And you panic as well. And I find, you know, when you're in that situation, you're looking at something, but your brain's not taking it in.
That's right. And then there are the inevitable comments every year from people who are watching saying, well, couldn't they have found better dressmakers than these? They don't even know how to put a zip in. It's like, if you want to test yourself and see how you would perform, challenge yourself to make a full pair of fly front trousers in 3 hours, from cutting them out, everything, and see if you can get every step right. Because if you can, you could probably win the Sewing Bee, and you should apply, right? I
did wonder, you know, whether maybe we shouldn't have this conversation ever. I wondered whether they're really looking for contestants. That they do every time. So if anybody's out there that wants to
They are now. They are literally looking for
contestants. But it feels like they're doing a real big push for looking.
Yes. I saw a video that Patrick had done to recruit people. People often say to me, you know, you know, how on earth do you get, I couldn't cope with the pressure. What I would say is that when you're there, actually, it's very exciting. You're surrounded by lovely fabric, and at the end of the day, you're being asked to do something that you enjoy doing.
That's it, exactly. That's why I wouldn't swap it. The people that I met and the opportunities I've had from it, and I did have a good time on there. But
who were you on with that we would remember?
Raf.
Yes.
Serena won that year.
Yep.
It was Joe Lysitz last year presenting it.
Was Joe lovely?
He was, actually.
Yeah.
He was really, really nice.
Yeah.
I bet Claudia was lovely, wasn't she?
Oh, a total dream.
Yeah, I can imagine. She's just her, and I don't think she'd be any different in real life. No, what you see.
She's part clown, and part, you know, PhD professor. You know, she's so smart. She's so really intelligent and super on it. But she's also an absolute clown, so she can have you in hysterics, and then it's totally on it when she needs to be. So a wonderful person to be around.
Because this is a curve, you might want to snip into your seam allowance a little bit, but because we've sewn that at 1/4 of an inch, again, it's that thing, we've already sewn it at a small seam allowance, so we don't really have to trim it back or do that.
Fair enough.
But what we will do is do that understitch. So to understitch, I'm going to make sure all of that seam allowance is towards the pocket bag, which is this bit, and I'm going to stitch directly on top. You can give that a quick press before if you want to. It is better if you do give it a press, but I do actually find, and this again is where you could use your edge stitch foot if you wanted to. I've got the seam allowance under there. I do tend to up my stitch a little bit for an understitch.
Because it's like a top stitch?
Yeah, just underneath.
Yeah.
But going around this curve, I'm just checking. I can feel that the seam allowance is to the pocket bag, and I'm letting the machine feed through, but I'm just opening up that seam. When I say opening up, I'm just, with my hands, gently pulling that there, just so I'm not causing a crease in the fabric as I'm going around this curve.
Oh, I've had a couple of messages on Facebook. Dawn says, I finished series 1 of Sewing Bee, and I'm halfway through series 7. Gosh, did you jump 6 series? You both did so well. I hope they're kicking themselves. You're both mega assets to SewingStreet. We're so lucky. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. It was a wonderful, wonderful opportunity, I thought, to get what we love on TV. And of course, it's not perfect.
No.
Game of Wool isn't perfect. We're not perfect. They can't show everything that some of us would love to see. It's just not possible. But I think it's wonderful that we've got TV devoted to sewing and knitting. Sue says, I think there are a lot of people who would apply for Sewing Bee, but everyone knows that making things in the allotted time is just too much, too fast and stressful.
Yeah, it can be. It depends what type of person you are as well. Like, some people work well under that kind of pressure and thrive off of it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. There's no two ways about it.
There were elements that I enjoyed, but for me, I found it was a little bit of it felt like a marathon.
Yeah. How many shows were you in?
6.
That's a lot.
And we did them pretty much back to back.
Right.
Because it was COVID and they were worried about anybody getting it. They just wanted to film it and get it done.
Right.
So the schedule was quite tight.
Yeah. Was it like 2 days on, 1 day off, another 2 days on?
Yeah, but sometimes it'd run straight in.
Oh,
it was, yeah.
What, go to bed from the end of episode 3 and wake up and film episode 4?
Sometimes they did, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Not all the time. They obviously complied and made sure we had the right breaks and whatnot whilst it was being filmed. Make that clear, but...
So too.
Yeah.
Breaks? Oh, well, you had it lucky.
Well, you didn't know that it was going to be even dressmaking.
It wasn't. It wasn't going to be dressmaking. The Sewing Bee was going to be home decor, soft furnishing, bag making, upcycling, a little bit of dressmaking. And I saw the original plan for the show.
Yeah.
It went to the BBC and everything was agreed on, and they recruited based on, and it was, our sewers will spend the morning revamping an old lampshade. In the afternoon, they will make a patchwork cushion, and on the second day, they will make a fancy dress outfit that a 5-year-old can wear to a party. So I looked at that and I thought, yeah, I can have a bash at all of those things.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun. And then literally a few weeks before we started filming, it was, no, we've got rid of everything bar the dressmaking. And the dressmaking was the one thing I didn't do. I wasn't going to do the show. And then I thought, oh, to be there, even for a day, what a treat. And then, of course, when I got there, I thought, I can't let my mum and dad do. I've got to try my best. So...
Oh, gosh.
But I mean, you discover, I think, that in order to get through to the next round, you don't have to be the best, just don't be the worst.
Yeah, yeah.
They get rid of the worst person.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah. That's...
Sometimes. Oh, go on.
But I don't necessarily... It's because of the timing thing. I don't necessarily think that... Whether they do, they do in the end find really good sewers. Everybody's a good sewer on there, but there's certain people over different series that I've watched where I thought they're really good at sewing. The time's got them.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm doing some top stitching.
Lovely.
So if I was actually making these, it's up to you. I quite like a nice clean finish. So because I'd understitched this pocket, I've done it in white so you can see it. I quite like the look on these linen trousers. It's just less is more.
I am with you.
But with the denim, and I'm doing it on here to show you, I've got my stitch length. I'm actually on a 3.6. I probably want to use a nice top stitch thread on these, top stitch needle. And do do your top stitching, even though you've understitched as well. And then why not, that's 1/4 of an inch from the edge, why not let's go another 1/4 of an inch to get you double.
Lovely. Christine sent a really lovely message for you. She says, not only are you gorgeous, Adam, you're human. I think I'm reading that right, aren't I? Is this right, Adam? Look, am I reading this right? Not only are you gorgeous, but you, Adam, are human. Or was the whole message
she's calling you. Oh no, she's calling you gorgeous.
No, I'm
absolutely.
Kidding. I'm kidding. No,
Is it Christine? Christine.
Christine.
It's Christine.
Yeah,
Christine.
Yeah, no, you are gorgeous and you're human. And you are an absolute expert on dressmaking, and we always learn oodles from you every time.
Oh, bless you. Well, do you know what? It's like anything, and you'll be the same with all that you do. You're continually learning. You don't stop learning, do you?
100%.
You do not stop learning. And it's just through finding things. I've got a curious brain, and I'm that type of person that if I want to do something, I'll go and do it. And I'll keep at it until I've got it. Yeah, I think that's just who I am.
That brown rame is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? They are coming up so well.
Yeah, and it works really nice. Now, listen, on the pocket bag here, usually we'd just be closing the pocket bag. We wouldn't have that little extension bit there, so it wouldn't really be an issue. It's not an issue. We're just going to close it up to that point where we've got that stitching. And then what you would do is finish off that whole curved edge. Zigzag, overlocker, pinking shears, overcast, all the usual suspects. I'm just going to close the pocket bag here. Again, I'm at 1/4 of an inch. And you can pin that as well. You should pin it. I remember doing things on there, you know, like I did this 50s inspired dress. It was polka dot. I wanted the underskirt underneath it to make it look 50s. Why I didn't just ask, could I have an underskirt for that one? But I didn't want to be too much trouble. I'd bought net, and in the last 10 minutes tried to make it. I abandoned it because I'm like, if I send that down, it's just going to look. They're going to mark me down even more. But yeah, the things now I'm thinking, like, what did I do that for?
I think actually, reflecting back, I don't know what it's like now, but I think quite a lot of the time, you don't know what you can or can't do or ask for or whatever, you know. So it's not made that clear. So it can be difficult to know what you need to do to succeed.
Absolutely. Right, what we need to do now then is baste or tack this together. So it's folded back. So you've actually got the pocket here now. I'm just putting some pins in. There's some notches to match, but literally I'm just going to baste across the top here and down the sides as well, and down the side here. And I'm going to do that within the seam allowance. So let's say a scant 1/4 of an inch.
Liz's message to say, I don't think Sewing Bee gets rid of the worst sewer each week. I think they get rid of who they perceive to be what they perceive to be the worst garment. Anyone can have a bad day.
Yeah, I think we tend to see that more. Because I have to say, everybody that I've seen, pretty much, they can all sew, otherwise they won't get on there.
Exactly.
And this is the thing, it's creating the drama through the time. If it didn't have the time pressure, then it doesn't become a competition, and then it doesn't have the drama.
Michelle, who was on the first series, she was the first person to leave Sewing Bee. She should have been a finalist. In my opinion, she should have been a finalist. She was amazing. She was absolutely amazing. She made one fault. She was doing a silk dress and she overworked the front. It was a wrap over front and it gaped. Her model was big busted. So it accentuated that she had pulled the neckline, and on that one fault alone they sent her home, which we all thought was ridiculous, and she should have been a finalist, you know. I mean, it was the reason why I survived, so I have to be grateful for that. But yeah, no, Liz, I totally agree with you, and I think as well that's the problem with the sort of first past the post model of competition. You sometimes get people that just, you're amazing sewers who just kind of mess up at the last minute, and it's like, well, you can't win now, but you should have. You know, Paula says, do either of you keep in touch with your fellow bees? That's Paula in Deepcar. What about you, Adam?
Yes, I do actually. Naturally, you lose touch, but we were still in a group together, and there are some people that I mean, Raf I saw not that long ago, actually, probably only a couple of months ago, and whenever we're down in London, we try and meet up. But yeah, we're all in the group, and you bump into people at the shows and stuff.
You absolutely do, yeah. I see Tilly lots at shows, which is fabulous.
Yeah.
Lauren, of course, is one of our guests on SewingStreet, so I've had the pleasure of doing a couple of shows with her.
Brilliant.
Brilliant and rather surreal as well when you consider how we sort of met in the first place.
Yeah.
Cool. So.
But do you laugh about it now? I bet there must have been some things that you kind of go, oh, do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, completely.
I've just put a mark down here at 3 inches. Now, I'm wondering whether this is optional or not. If I grab the trousers, I'll be able to show you what it does. There's some reinforcement stitching here, and it actually stitches.
Oh, I noticed that.
Yeah. So it does mean that it closes off the pocket bag, well, the pocket opening a little bit, but I mean, I can still get my hand in there quite easily. It does reinforce that pocket, and it is in the instructions, so I'll show you how to do it. I think if you didn't want to do it, you could leave it, but it would spoil that nice flat line we were talking about along the front. So I'd say follow the instructions. 3 inches down, I've put a chalk mark, and I'm just going to go on top of that top stitching that I've done, and just basically stitch a rectangle.
Can I ask you a question Sarah's asked?
Yeah.
Which I really, really like very much. Sarah asked, question for both of you. You first, Adam. What was the hardest task on Sewing Bee?
Gosh. Well, the one I went out on, I'd never sewn with PU before. And because we had to do everything online because of COVID.
Yes.
I didn't even have a sample of it. It was there on the desk on the day, and I just had to get on with it. So that was tricky.
What was it you were making?
A raincoat.
Oh, okay. And was it too thick, what you bought? Was it too stiff? Or?
It was really sticky through the machine. It was just slowing me down and tripping me up in places that I didn't envisage. And then I had a nightmare with press snaps, the plastic ones. Joe Lysick came over to help me, which, if anybody goes on, don't let the presenter help, whatever. Bless him. But the part of the tool got stuck in it. It looked like a bullet.
Oh, no.
And it was just...
Even for the judging?
Yeah, but from that point I knew. And sewing a Breton top, which I loved the idea of because of all the stripes, but there was this little button placket on the shoulder, and first time using a cover stitch machine, and it's really fiddly here, and I couldn't get the third buttonhole in. So instead of doing that, I just thought, hang on, what if I just sew the button on top? It will look like that I've done 3 buttons when I'd only done 2 buttonholes.
Gosh.
But they found me out, of course, didn't they?
Of course. Of course. Adam, it's been amazing.
Oh, thank you. It's
been amazing.
Are we done?
Yeah, we've got the menu to do.
Wowzers.
Amazing, though. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Right, tomorrow, here we go, the menu, 8 a.m. The crafty lass, Paula, is here with her Zest and Zing fabric launch with Paula Milne, the crafty lass herself. At 9 o'clock, Sandy Miller-Chipmasocki is in the house doing the Helen Newton cushion. It's brand new. At 10 o'clock, Miss It, Miss Out. Look, kids, don't do that. At 11 o'clock, Miss It, Miss Out. Batik Fabrics. And then at 12 o'clock, Yarn Lane, Wool Couture with Emma Simpson. I will be home in Yorkshire. The hardest bit for me about Sewing Bee, actually, wasn't a task. It was discovering that I got to a stage where nothing I did was ever going to be good enough. I was on my way out, and that was that. It's been fabulous to spend the last few days with you. Thank you all for your lovely messages, and I will see you at the end of the month. Take care.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs.